Something about getting older, something about dreams and thoughts, paradoxes, feels and pain left me to pieces. Can't forget all the promises. Let's talk about all the kisses. Another word is good because it's sleeping. I want everything that can be taken. Always thinking about what I should have done yet. I still don't bury the where I came from. When I find my way through this, I know I might get over it somehow. Breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Always thinking about what I should have done, yeah. Always thinking about what I should have done, yeah. Freedom won't last forever. I hope it will get clearer. Freaking about getting older. Freaking about nightmares, turns, experiences. Gave me scars I'll have to live with. Future looks so fearsome. Can we be one single person? Talking, we can take everything that you want and breaking all the bonds and leaving far away, walking together as one together. Tonight is because we're finally talking. We can take everything that you want and breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Breaking all the bonds and leaving far away. Always thinking about what I should have done, yeah. Always thinking about what I should have done, yeah.
Wow, Distraction. Putting the pressure on thick right away. This had better not bore me. The dock is ordered oddly. Okay, alright. We'll get to all that in a moment, but first we should say hello to me. You doing well, Enlaa? I'm doing alright. How about you guys? You guys doing alright? Everybody enjoy their Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving was good for everybody. What's up, bitch? Always nice to see you. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you guys too. I've been, I'm sorry I missed streaming last week. But I'm back now. Who's this SAD-ist? I assume it's not pronounced sadist. It must be like SAD-ist, right? But from what some of you guys are saying in the chat, they are a Dream SMP channel, which reminds me I should probably actually look them up. Oh wow, okay. Yep, it's definitely Dream S- oh, shush. Not yet. Okay, so maybe we should try and explore a little bit of kind of the kind of shit she makes first before we do anything else, so we can kind of get an idea of what we're looking at here. So I have not read the document yet, obviously. I haven't read any of it yet. I like to sort of go into Google Docs like this completely blind, because the way I see it, and I'll try to explain myself, because I've gotten comments in the past, especially on the Cortels one, where people are like, you didn't see all the context, or, oh, Mitzi's gone. People will say, like, you didn't see all the context, or you didn't read the Tumblr post, or or you only watched one video, or you didn't see the context that was buried in this Twitter post that has like 9 likes and nobody saw. That explains everything. My stance on it is, if I'm looking at a Google Doc, I'm looking at the Google Doc as it is, right? And if your Google Doc that is levying very serious accusations towards somebody is missing context that is crucial to, like, understanding what the accusations are, or to verify them, or to prove them true, that's on you. You didn't read the 4chan post from 2005 by user 102000344. Yeah. No, I was not gone because of the Cortels drama criticisms. I'm just putting that disclaimer at the beginning for, like, the dumbasses who come around next time being like, you didn't read all the Google Docs, you didn't see all the videos. I don't need to. Okay, if it's important, it would be in the Google Doc. Okay? Yeah. How come all the comments aren't showing? Guys, did the chat box, like, break? Oh, there it goes. Sometimes the chat box will just stop loading comments, and then it'll just, like, release them all in a big flood. We're being silenced. Okay. Sorry, now that I'm streaming, Mitzi's getting needy. Mitzi, you gotta go. Hi, I love you too, but you gotta go. Aw. She looks at me with these big eyes. So I don't know what I'm gonna do after I'm done with this document. I might just play a game, and we'll just decide on what the game is. I'm not gonna play Shadow Generations today, but I do want to play it tomorrow. So that's the plan. I think that's the issue sometimes, where, like, I feel like if you have some kind of all-in, or like some kind of video or Google Doc that's like all-encompassing, or at least it's meant to be, and you have criticisms for that specific Google Doc or that specific video that's like exposing somebody, I feel like it's fair to like be like, you know, I don't think it, again, if the context was that important, it would be in the document. Can we get Mitzi a VTuber model? She already has the cam. What more can she have? Jak and Daxter was my favorite. Yeah, I liked it too. It was one of those games you'll find that there are a lot of there are a lot of tracks in my playlist that are like attached to games that you've probably never heard of, and that's because I tend to keep my soundtracks limited to games that I am familiar with or that have some nostalgic value to me. I feel like it gives my stream a little bit of character. Same with my videos when I make them. I did take a sneak peek because I saw that some people on the Twitter were like complaining about the low res. They look fine on my end, so the screenshots look good to me. Okay, Mitzi, you gotta go. Gotta go. She's like, but why? I think it's mainly a mobile issue. Yeah. Hey, Beetle. How you doing? Could you link the tweet that contains this Google Doc? Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second. All my shit is, like, all over the place. Because, like, I never come prepared. Here's what I can do. I'll just put it in the description. So you may have to, like, reload the stream or something. I'll just put it in the description. That way I don't forget later. When someone asks for a link, give them your Ko-Fi link. Yeah, source? Here's my source. There. Alright. Where am I? There I am. Since you're here already, you might as well like the stream as well. You know what's something I don't understand? Why do streamers like Queeman have stream intros that last for like 40 minutes? I don't understand that. Like, my stream intros last for like 10 minutes max. But some people just let it run with music on for like 40 minutes to an hour, and I'm just like, huh. I guess it's to make sure all people are there. I mean, I guess. But it's like, they can catch up, they can like go back and rewatch on like 2 times speed or something. They're not missing much. Just entertain the chat for a little bit, like what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I've seen. Like, you might as well just, like, sit there and entertain the chat for a little bit and, like, talk to them. This is entertainment? Shut up, Clef. You're here every stream, so you can't complain. Okay. Let me turn off the music for just a moment while I get this set up. Because first I want to kind of look at, A quick 40-minute power nap. Yeah. It's doable. Alright. Oh shit, it's not. God damn it, I always forget. I drink to forget, but I always remember. I gotta resize it. There we go. Does it look on stream? Okay, not bad, not bad. So this is SAD-ist. SAD-ist fied. The SAD-ist fied. SAD-ist. And they make a lot of things. They do a lot of art and animation. Let's just choose one at random. I'm gonna close my eyes and click on one. Okay, so kind of like a WIP clip reel. Seizure-ish, a little bit. Okay. Let's try another one. Which one is catching my attention here? If oh no, if Detroit Become Human was an anime, guys. This might be cringe. This might be cringe. Oh yeah, we should probably sort them by, like, most popular. That's not bad. Okay. Okay, not bad. Honestly, thought it was gonna be cringe, but it's kind of good actually. It's kind of good. All right, let's sort them by most popular. Oh god. Okay, let's see what this is. All I know about Dream SMP is that I know two things. One, they were like a Minecraft YouTuber, and they had a big following for some reason. And two, I know Kato is a fan of like an SMP channel, and I don't get it. Oh my god, it might have blood? No way. Okay, let's move forward a little bit. Blood!
You're haunting me, just like a ghost. You're haunting me.
The only thing that works in this world is that you treat others as they treat you.
Wow, thank you, YouTuber. Thank you so much.
Those that have treated me with kindness, I will repay that kindness tenfold. And those that treat me with injustice, that use me, that
So
hunt
much
me down,
feeling.
that hurt my friends.
You're haunting me.
I shall repay that injustice 1,000 times over.
Hey, big Q! Look what I found.
So the plan is simple. We find and we kill Technoblade.
that aged poorly.
There's no other way. I choose blood!
No! Oh no! Big Q, do something! Big Q! Stop! Stop!
You get away from that horse, Quackity!
Technoblade, drop everything, or I'm going to kill this horse right in front of you.
Okay, so again, it's good shit. I mean, that's all I can really say about it. It's good shit. Not the horse! Okay, on one hand, I can kind of get it. I can kind of get the appeal, right? Of, like, a bunch of gamers coming... It's just like D&D, I suppose, where it's like a bunch of gamers, a bunch of nerds coming together and telling a fun story for fun. And then part of the fun of it is taking it seriously, right? I've seen people do that with, like, PewDiePie's Minecraft series, where people are crafting, like a dramatic narrative around it. It's fun to get caught up in the made-up story that comes with it. I can see the appeal. People did the same thing with, like, Twitch Plays Pokemon, if you remember that. People made a whole lore around, like, just a bunch of randomized, sequence of events. Yeah, it's like, they're inside jokes and things that only the fandom would get. And that's fine. That's fair. Holy shit, this video... Wait, so this video raised $14,000 for charity? That's pretty cool. Alright, so we kind of get the gist. We kind of get the gist of, what this is about. So I was sent... Laka very graciously sent me and other people in my drama chat this Google Doc. Goo Doc. No, the charity's not owned by them, Clev. Yes, I know Technoblade died from cancer. I remember. But Laka sent me this, because I was asking around. I was like, hey, does anyone know any good, like, Google Docs recently? Because you guys know, I like reading. I like reading Google Docs. That's kind of my thing right now on my channel. Let's get the music up and going again. Oh, perfect. I've read a Google Doc about 2 taigas. What the fuck does that mean? What? Am I missing something? You like to read? Well, okay, I like to read them live on stream. If I was just by myself, I'm not reading that shit. Okay? I don't read this shit for fun. I just mean, like, on my channel. Okay? VTuber fights. Femboy versus tomboy. Sounds boring. But anyway, this Twitter user named Zenipede put out a tweet 2 days ago called... Oh, well, it's the Google Doc is called Coming Forward My Story, but the tweet says, below is a document detailing my experience with SAD-ist and her server admin, J. Graham NS, over the last few years. Please do not attack anyone mentioned in this document. I hate this. I hate this, because it's like, you are accusing the person of potentially, like, illegal things, and then also, like, having this expectation that nobody's gonna go out of their way to harass them. You might as well not even say this, really. I know it's just more of a formality, but it's just my opinion. The thing on my channel, when you put it like that, it makes your channel sound so boring. Ouch. but fair. I'm not touching the Kai Weiss one, not yet. Not until, like, there's more. Yeah, someday I'm just gonna, like, have an AI voice that's my voice. Like, read the Google Docs, and you guys won't even tell the difference. Please read with caution. Okay. Anyway, that's the Google Doc we're looking at today. It is, let's see if... How do we get rid of this thing again? There we go. And then I'm gonna move it to the side a little bit. No, not that. There. That way you guys can see it too. And we'll zoom in a little bit. Make it bigger. Finally an Enlaa with no uhs and dead air. Hey, I can't help it if I'm retarded, okay? That is something don't worry, I've noticed it too. I was like, I just did it again. I say like and way too much. I was thinking of making some kind of challenge for myself, like in a game or something. I just did it again. Fuck! It's baked into my vocabulary. I can't help it. Into my speaking mannerisms. But I was thinking of making some kind of challenge for myself with a video game where anytime I say like or I have to like restart the level or something. Oh no, it wouldn't be a drinking game. That would be suicide. Okay, we ready to look at this? Trigger warning, we don't need that. Let me just take a drink of my coffee. And the dead air contains... Shut up. If I didn't say like and so much, there would be more dead air. Be grateful. Okay. You guys ready? We're gonna get into this. Just gonna move this to my other monitor so I can read it better. I've never heard of them either until this document. We should have a silent stream. Yeah. Alright, let's get into it. This document has been written to speak out about my experience with large... Stomach. Sorry. This document has been written to speak out about my experience with large content creator SAD-ist and the admin of SAD-ist server J. Graham NS over the last 3+ years. Its main purpose and intention is to raise awareness about what happened to me throughout our friendship, which may concern their audience and communities. This document will not reveal explicit information about others affected, nor will I speak on their behalf. All will remain anonymous. I will focus on the main issues I've been directly involved in, acknowledging the presence of others while respecting their privacy. I will not detail their feelings or experiences as that is their own. Due to the removal of chat permissions and now inaccessible servers, my evidence is limited. This is a result of the situations covered in this document. This music's really setting the theme. What we? If anything happens, it's on you. I mean, at least they're honest about the fact that they have very limited evidence. I mean, that's fair. While I did find it difficult, I mean, their reason for it is reasonable, in my opinion. While I did find it difficult to approach people privately, I have decided to go public with this information thanks to their support. Please note that NSFW imagery will be partially censored, while messages will remain uncensored for transparency. Please proceed with caution due to the sensitive themes outlined in the trigger warning. Background and relationship dates. Okay. They are a little bit blurry, but that's fine. On October 24th, 2020, at the age of 16, I began a voluntary position as helper in SAD-ist's partner Discord community. Alright, that is the first oopsie. You should not be, like, bringing on mods onto your Discord that are minors. However, we don't know if they knew, this Zen person's age yet. So, we need... That's something that needs to be, like, in my opinion, disclosed first and foremost, is if people involved were aware of your age, and if you're able to prove that. Because if you're not able to prove that, all of this, like, has that sense of, like, plausible deniability. It says they're 16 in the screenshots? I don't think so. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, everything falls apart if you can't prove that they were aware of your age. So that's like the first thing we have to look out for. It's proven later in the doc. Okay, fair enough. But again, it should be at the beginning. On October 24th, 2020, at which currently has 38k members, as helpers we acted as trial moderators under the guidance and supervision of official mods and admins. My trial period was successful and I was promoted to an official moderator position on November 1st, 2020. So this is just like proving that they were a new helper and then they became a new mod. Very, very quickly, I might add. They were made a helper on the 24th of October, and then they were made a mod only just like a week later. That seems very, very quick to go from helper to mod, but alright. Hang on, I got a cough. Okay, I'm good. I think. Yeah, it looks a bit messy. No, it looks fine to me. Unless you guys are talking about, like, future stuff. Throughout my moderator period, I had shown enough commitment and skill to be promoted to an admin position on January 4th, 2021, despite my young age. So again, it's just an announcement showing that they were made an admin on January 4th. I served as a staff member in the server until May 19th, 2024. It's a long time to be a mod. This experience and my time in these positions allowed me to develop many friendships, including one with current server admin J. Graham NS and content creator SAD-ist. SAD-ist? I guess we'll just say SAD-ist. I made a conscious effort at that time to ensure that my friendships were not impacted by the professionalism I had to maintain as an admin. I've said this before, guys, but minors should not be in a mod position in Discord servers. But again, they would have to have known their age. Anyway. I made a conscious effort to ensure that my friendships were not impacted by the professionalism, especially with my relationship with SAD-ist, as I wanted our friendship to develop based on genuine interests and interactions, rather than her influence as a large content creator. My friendship with J. Graham NS, we'll just say J from now on, grew significantly more after a few games of Phasmophobia around May 18th, 2021, just before the server reached a peak of 50k members. And I don't know what this is. I don't know what this screenshot is supposed to mean. 192391 bliss. I don't get it. Minors shouldn't be allowed at all. Very true. I don't want to imagine while I was eating birthday cake someone was being a stereotypical Discord mod. I guess it's like a code? I don't think it's a porn code, Cliff. Anyway, similarly, my relationship with SAD-ist developed over time in a staff-exclusive server, which, with Jay serving as a mutual friend, that brought us closer based on our interests. These relationships grew over the years. I served as a staff member, beginning at the age of 16. I am now 20. On May 5th, 2024, during an emotionally charged conflict with SAD-ist and Jay, I reached out to another admin of SAD-ist server due to the fear of being demoted or banned. This conflict continued on and off since the 5th. So it shows here on the 5th of May, them saying, "If I randomly stop being an admin, I'm so sorry." What? Zen, is everything alright? I didn't mean to scare you, I'm sorry. Very cryptic. Very, very cryptic. So if this is SAD-ist, where is Masochist? It's a mystery. On May 19th, at approximately 1:40 a.m. While I was trying to sleep for work, I received a ping and found that SAD-ist abruptly removed my admin position, which I held for over 3— yeah, we know, thank you. Without prior notice, assisted by another admin. I was unaware that the admin I had messaged prior was involved with my sudden demotion. Until SAD-ist asked me in private to transfer all ownership of staff accounts to them, since I originally managed them. So, is this the same person from this screenshot? I'm going to assume so. So we'll just call this person Red. If it's not the same person, bro, you need to color code screenshots if you're gonna censor names. I don't know, people do this cryptic shit all the time. God damn, my throat today. Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting question why the name is covered. Anyway, Zen says, "I'm sorry. SAD kicked me from her server. I don't know why." Hug emoji. "I'm assuming you guys talked, considering she's telling me to give you full access to the staff accounts." IDK what she said, but there are a lot of things that are miscommunicated in here. And I was waiting till we were all free to talk further, but I guess not. I don't want to drag you into this drama, but my admin position was on the line since the beginning, and this is very sudden for me. I'm extremely upset about this. I don't want to leave the community, especially with all the hard work I've put in. I mean, just because you're like losing admin doesn't mean you have to doesn't mean you're being banished. The fuck are you talking about, Cliff? Shut up! You're distracting me. 'Cause privacy? Yeah, fair. There's a bug stuck in my throat. Fuck off. Shit. What was I gonna say? God damn it, you distracted me. Fuck. Yeah, it doesn't mean you're banished from the community, altogether just because you lose admin privileges. But whatever. It sounds like she put a lot of stock into this admin perm, or into this admin status. I mean, they're a child, Enlaa probably got attached to being a mod and responsibility. I mean, they're 20 at this point, so not a child anymore, but I see what you mean. She didn't tell me anything more than the fact that she would be removing you and handing access to the accounts to me. Ah, yeah, she said if I said anything, she's gonna tell everyone about it, so IDK, I'm kinda lost. That's interesting. It'd be good to see that screenshot of SAD-ist saying that, because I assume that would have been in DMs. Yeah, I'm wrong, but not 100% wrong. Okay, in the same private server, alongside the sudden paragraph about my demotion, I was told to be cooperative. Okay, so it was in a server. Great. That sucks. Because I assume they were kicked out of that server. In the same private server, alongside the sudden paragraph about my demotion, I was told to be cooperative and not to disclose the reasons for my removal, to protect the privacy of those involved, and to avoid causing the current staff in her server stress. While I understood this and did not want to be a burden, and did not want to burden anyone with our personal issues, I was upset that I could not provide a proper reason for my sudden departure, nor was I able to say goodbye and prepare myself emotionally for the abrupt change. I felt pressured at the time to remain silent and hand over the staff-related accounts and emails to the admin, with SAD-ist's insistence. It took time due to my mental health and busy personal life, which SAD-ist was aware of. Okay. And this is a screenshot from Zen. I don't know who is, like, this is them having screenshotted someone else saying this, but I don't know who's saying this. Oh! Oh, okay, this is, I assume this is from SAD-ist, okay. This is a screenshot of SAD-ist saying, I have not told any other admins or staff members about our discussions for the sake of everyone's privacy that has been involved, and to not further stress the staff, unless you decide to be uncooperative and give the staff unwanted burden with our private discussions, to which, of course, I will also say my part in the matter. I mean, that's kind of, it is dramatic. It's kind of just SAD-ist saying, like, look, if you make a big stink about this, I'm just gonna tell everybody my side of things. So, kind of, the wording is definitely threatening. But, nobody cares that you say like and a lot? I do. I do, Gladys. I care a lot, because it's actually annoying when I go back and listen to my own streams, and I'm saying like and a lot. Can't talk like a normal person? So even if no one else cares, I care. And that's what matters. So I'm assuming this is the we'll just call them Red. Nah, I feel you, Enlaa. Yeah. SAD asked about the accounts again. This is on the 20th. Let me know when you're awake, and maybe I can change the numbers and stuff. I'll be home in about 2 hours. Okay, well, we'll just continue for now. I've told her multiple times I won't be able to do anything until the 26th, since I'm working like 8 to 5 every day. 26th this month was the original date set to talk about things, and she pushed it, so I won't be doing anything until then, since I won't be able to. Fair enough. Although, I kind of understand the urgency, where it's like, if you've just had a bad falling out with somebody, and you want them to, like, hand over, like, private accounts or, like, staff accounts that have a lot of, like, power behind them, you don't want them holding on to those powerful accounts if they can just hand them over to somebody else. I don't, like, I feel like all they're asking for Zen to do is just, like, is just give this Red person login information for these accounts, or recovery information for these accounts, so that they can change the information and just get them out of that account. I don't feel like that's that difficult to do, especially if you can sit in this Discord. Like, I feel like the time that Zen is taking to explain why they don't have the time to do this is the time they could be spending doing that. You know what I mean? I feel like they're just dragging their feet here and finding excuses to not do it. May 26th was the date that Jay and I mutually agreed upon to continue our discussion regarding the conflict in hopes of finding a solution. using the time leading up to it as a break for our mental health and personal well-being, which SAD-ist did not respect or apologize for when demoting me, leaving no room. What? What does that mean? Well, I assume that by now, Cliff, they've handed over everything. It's like that all the time. Yeah. I'm not understanding this sentence here at all. This one broke my brain. What do you... To continue our discussion regarding the conflict in hopes... So, like, basically, Jay and Zen wanted to stay friends, and SAD-ist didn't like that? Yeah, Ryzik, exactly. That's what I'm extrapolating from this paragraph. Due to the overwhelming emotions and fear, I initially stayed silent until June 22nd, 2024, when I confronted the admin who assisted in my removal to share my perspective on the sudden demotion, as they were unaware of what caused it. Alright, Zen, I'm all ears. Share your concerns and I'll ask questions if I have any, and then I'll have a talk with SAD. The reasoning for my demotion and removal of SAD-ist from SAD-ist server, which they briefly mentioned, was that my actions throughout our friendship caused them discomfort and harm. However, the conflict between me, SAD-ist, and Jay was triggered by a paragraph I sent in a now-removed vent channel. While I acknowledge my faults and the harm I have caused to both of them, SAD-ist openly admitted to turning the situation that originally concerned their and Jay's actions onto me. So this is cropped down because we're not seeing the entirety of this conversation, which is odd. Like, I feel like if you're gonna present us some information like this, like, you want to do a lot of showing, not telling. Cropped shots, boo. Because it starts when we're already in the center or in the middle of this confrontation or this conflict. But we should be seeing the vast majority of it, right? Ugh, it's just like needless Discord drama. But like, we don't even know what this is about. We don't know what the context is. But let's just read this as is. Wow. Zen says, I was like reading a comment at the same time. Shut up, Clef. Zen says, why are you trying... What the fuck is this song? Zen says, why are you trying to turn this on me? This being what? I don't know. I've never been close or anything to them. I don't know who them is. Yes, I emphasize because, like you and Jay, they were close and lost a friend. And what was it? What? SAD-ist says, because I've been genuinely hurt by your actions, and we don't know what those actions are. Sorry I've called you obsessive, but I seriously felt like I'm being choked around you. Choked around you. Oh, I feel like I'm being choked around you. You nitpick everything I do, swinging hard to an opinion of me supporting bad behavior so rapidly. The paragraph, written out of emotion and sent in the vent channel, addressed a concern I had raised multiple times before, which had previously been acknowledged in Jay's case. The problem is, we don't get to see what elicited this response from SAD-ist, unless they show it later, but if they do show it later, it should have been shown here, so that we keep everything in a neat and chronological fashion. But there's like way too much context that we're missing here. And all we know is that Zen said something that made SAD-ist very uncomfortable and made SAD-ist feel like Zen was being obsessive and nitpicky. If it's shown later, the formatting is so dumb. Yeah. And again, this is stuff already with them being... This is with them already being an adult at 20. So... It's not like they can use the excuse of, I was a minor. You know? Association, so we're just gonna move on from that? We don't get any more context. There are 34 more pages, so plenty of time to figure out what the fuck is going on. I hope we don't have to get MS Paint out again. No, they are 20 or 21 at this point. It's a lot of red. Yeah, it's a worryingly amount of red. Maybe too much red. This section provides context for the information above and what led up to the argument. Maybe you should have put that before, not after, but alright, whatever. So this is the apparent context. 11, 17, and 5, 4. So, okay, alright. So I guess we're gonna get context as to why SAD-ist thought they made them uncomfortable? Okay. It's best to go in chronological order, not try to be suspenseful about it. No, Enlaa, shush, it makes more sense this way. I feel like it's a framing thing. I'm sure they didn't think this deeply into it, but it's definitely a type of framing where it's like they're putting the stuff that made them the most upset first, to try and frame it in a way of like they were being unfair and were trying to silence me. Anyway, here's all the stuff that happened. But it's like, no, you should keep things in a cohesive order. Not try to frame it in a way that benefits you. I forwarded a second doc from SAD-ist Discord in your server in Let's Event doc. Did you put it in the info channel? Just put it in the info channel so that it doesn't get buried. Thank you. Alright, on November 18th, so we're going back in time. On November 18th, 2023, while I was still an admin in SAD-ist's server, we banned a user for engaging in sexual and inappropriate behaviors involving a minor. Jay initially reported the situation to the admin chat after we discussed it privately. Both of us were aware of the banned user's actions toward the minor. Okay. So this is Jay. He says, "Hi, hello. I'm in contact with someone that's one of the victims of the situation." Victims in quotations. IDK what the right term is. Very sorry, my brain's fucked because I'm still eepy and sick. Great. But person in blue is a minor. They... This is strange. Person in blue is a minor they blank are regularly interacting with. And then a whole lot of red. A whole lot of censored. I'll send the full screeny when I can. I'm still very sleepy. Honestly, that's enough. Textbook grooming. Not only the adults, but the kids too. The full package. Ugh. Okay. Well, again, the context is just completely missing. So, essentially somebody who's, I assume, not involved with this drama got banned for behaving inappropriately with minors. Okay. The banned user was close to SAD-ist, Jay, and others in the Stanley Parable fandom. Why is there a Stanley Parable fandom? It's just a good game. I don't think it needs a fandom. I hate fandom culture. I mean, I feed into fandom culture, but I still hate it. Gotta go shop. Bye, gays. Alright, see you, Yen. Well, I'm unsure if SAD-ist took any action at the time. Well, clearly they did, right? If the person got banned from their server, then clearly they took action. Jay messaged their mutuals who associated themselves with the predator, effectively distancing herself and removing them as mutuals. Okay. So it seems like every... Guys, please, if you're gonna make a Google Doc, and you're gonna censor, like, very specific information and identifying information, please color code them. Because now I think that they're just talking about the red person again. But whatever. This is already exhausting to look at, I agree. Okay. How are things with blank? Blank being soft, so I'm trying to convince them. Did you say stuff about the 16 thing? It's the first thing I brought up. IDK man, you just deal with it, I guess. You were in the same position, so... Yeah, much. If blank still aligns with them, it's whatever. Don't associate yourself with someone like that. Service died. Left the servers entirely next time. Next time. Next time, blank. Next time. Okay. Like, again, it's hard to know who exactly they're talking about. Yo, blank. Sorry for messaging you about this, but I'm gonna have to remove you from my friends list because of the things that happened, slash, are still happening with blank. God damn it. See, everyone's color-coded red. This is so confusing. I just want to stay away from people they're close to, slash, they talk frequently with. No hard feelings, by the way. I just feel like I have to distance myself. If you want an explanation, I can give that. Thumbs up emoji. Okay. Yo, blank. I don't know if this is the same person or a different person. Even if you have to censor stuff, or even if the censors are unnecessary, still color code them because it's really important. Because now we don't know who the predator is. Yo, blank, sorry for messaging you again when you just... And also, if you know this person is a predator, why are you trying to hide their identity? That's another question. If you know this person is a predator and was acting inappropriate with minors, why are you censoring their identity? Why are you censoring their Discord tag? Shouldn't people know who the predator is that are looking at this document? It's weird. Yo, blank, sorry for messaging you again when you just woke up. But blank and I had a disagreement with like... Okay, well that's cut off, clearly. Bro, they want us guessing. Yeah, I guess. In recent months, I noticed that SAD-ist and Jay continued to follow and interact with those individuals, some aware of the banned user's actions. So, what, this is guilt by association? When I first discovered this around January 29, 2024, I expressed my discomfort with Jay in DMs. I felt uncomfortable with their engagement with supporters of a groomer, partially given Jay's earlier decision to remove them as mutuals and keep a distance. Most of their responses seemed to downplay my concerns. I didn't... So, what? So Zen is getting mad at Jay for talking to people that knew a groomer? Is that what this is about? They're not even friends with the groomer, they're friends with people who were friends with the groomer? Do you even know if those people, like, endorse what the groomer did? Did they even talk to each other first before making the Google Doc? I don't know. Initial confrontation in DMs. Okay. IDK about that. That being what? We don't know. Probably just a personal thing, I guess. Ye know, it's alright. Big preesh. Big preesh for looking out, you know. It's really nice. Dude, please. Stop. How old are you? Stop. Again, there's... whatever. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, oh, my friend is friends with people who support / are friends with a groomer, and that is just messing with me, I guess. Jay says, no, it's understandable why you'd think that. Your concerns are valid. I just think that they're torn with the situation and are choosing to align with them because they don't know what else to do. Not that I'm friends with them, but interacting every now and then seems fair. That still isn't good, though. Look, man, if anything happens, I'll dip. So, they're getting, like... So, Zen is getting uppity. Zen's getting uppity because Jay is friends, or not even like friends, but is just like loosely associated with people that might still be friends with a groomer. Zen, let me ask you a question. By censoring the groomer's Discord name, aren't you inherently also protecting the groomer? Yeah, I don't... Look, it's wishy-washy for sure. But... Like, I've had friends who have also wanted to... Like, who have also been on the fence about this shit. Especially if it just happened. Like, what is this? January 29th? When did this this ban happen? Okay, so a few months prior. Okay. Also, we don't know what evidence was being presented to people, or like what they knew about. There's like a whole lot of stuff that's missing here that should be taken into consideration. But it kind of seems like... I don't know, like... What do you guys think? Do you think it's, like, too nosy of Zen? Or do you think it's reasonable to at least be, like, concerned about that? Possibly lying by omission if that's the case. I guess I should ask myself the question, like, what would I do if I found out a friend of mine was, like, still interacting from time to time with someone that was friends with someone who got accused of grooming? I don't think I would make a big fuss about that, personally. I really don't. Because they're not the ones who did it. And, like, everyone has, like... I think relationships and friendships can be very complex sometimes, and everyone has their reasons for still associating with people. Like, why leave out other info to paint a version of your narrative? Yeah, because, like, a lot of information is also just being completely left out here that we don't know. It wouldn't be a big fuss, but I would light side-eye him. That's fair. But, like, would you be, like, complaining about it to the people in a server to the extent where one of them says, hey, I'm getting uncomfortable, you're acting obsessive, stop. Would you do it to that level? I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Distression. Like, for example, I don't think Villa would mind me saying this. I don't know if she's still, like, interacting with Shade, like Shade Tavish, but she was, like, friendly with Shade Tavish for a while. Hey, Enlaa, you're acting weird. What's up? I think people, especially Discord weebs... Here's my thoughts on this. I think Discord weebs especially tend to view friendships and relationships in this very black and white morality way. It's like, if your morals don't align 100% with my own, we cannot associate with each other. Ayo, SAD-ist? Yeah, that's what this is about. I think it's very easy for Zen, someone who's not friends with these people, to be able to say, why aren't you just cutting them off? Because you don't know what their dynamic is like. You don't know what they talk about or the things that they do, or what, again, what their relationship is like. You just don't know. And so I think it's very easy for someone on the outside to just be like, why don't you just cut them off? They're friends with a groomer. It's very easy to say that if you don't know all the context. And we don't know all the context. So it's hard to say what Zen knew and what they didn't know. Bro, I was friendly with Shade Tavish for a while till that goofy fool mistaked me for Jen, and I never forgave him for that. Also, I didn't know the full extent of how freaky he was. Me neither. Like, I knew he liked questionable art on Twitter, but I didn't know that he would just basically admit straight up to being a pedophile. That was where I got weirded out. I'll let you guys know that it is statistically proven that pedophiles with friends are less likely to offend than pedophiles without friends. And so I think to some extent it's fine for pedophiles to have friends. But being friends with someone that you know has offended, a bit of a different thing. But I think that, like, let's go back to this. We don't know what this person did. We don't know who this person is or what they did. So we don't know. Enlaa approves of pedos. Shut up. Shut up. You know it's not like that, Clef. You know it's not like that. So we don't know if they're using the term groomer accurately here at all, or predator. We don't know if that term is being used accurately, because we don't know the extent of this person's actions. Look, okay, look, I know what you were trying to say, but that is a quote to put on a tombstone. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I don't think what I said is, like, all that bad. Do I need to reiterate myself? Here's what I'm saying. Pedophiles who have friends are statistically less likely to offend than pedophiles without friends. I'm not saying you were wrong. No, it's fair. But the moral gray area is, should you be friends with someone that you know to have offended? That's the question here. Would I? No, I wouldn't. But you know what I'm saying. Your Sonic takes are way worse. Clef, come back tomorrow. Oh, movie. We'll talk about the movie tomorrow, too. The trailers are not convincing me that Sonic 3 is going to be a good movie. But we'll see. I haven't seen Sonic 1 or 2. So, I might have to, like... My mom and I watch movies on Discord sometimes. Because we live, like, 30 minutes apart. But, we might just watch, like, Sonic 1 and 2 or something. Just to catch up. Yeah, the trailer is, oh man. Well, both of them are kinda, ugh. I don't know, sometimes trailers can be trash and then the movie's good, right? So, I'm withholding judgment. Anyway, back to this. Let's not get distracted. Oh, I can't, well... Can I play this one? Can I play this song? I'm gonna skip it just in case. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, nothing too spectacular. Yeah. Like, for all the marketing they've been doing, it looks, like, decent at best. Just based off the trailers. Alright. The band user... Oh, yeah, right. We were going up to look at that. So again, we don't have all the context for all of this. But basically, what I'm getting from this is that Zen is just getting very pushy and a bit nosy about who their friends are friends with, which is getting into guilt by association territory. I mean, it's fine to express your disapproval of it, but, like, it depends, like, the fact that you've had 2 confrontations about it, it's like, come on. Come on, just let it go. It also depends on the severity of what the person did. Okay, so this is the second confrontation in March, it looks like. The text is kind of small. God, the text is really small, Jesus Christ. But thankfully you have me to read it. What's stopping them from just leaving? Well, again, it's that thinking of, like, well, why don't you just do it? It's like, things are more complicated than that. Zen says, IDK because, like, for me it's kinda ... Ironic to see us in the server to say people who still support blank, etc. after what they've done are disgusting and should die, yet you've said you You and SAD interact and are friends with people who support friends. Oh my god. Who support... This is such a mindfuck. Okay. Yet you and SAD interact with and are friends with people who support and are friends with blank. If that makes sense. I think that's the thing that just bothers me a lot because everything happening right now and what everyone is saying. So... people who still support blank after what they've done are disgusting and should... So what, it's like hypocrisy? You're like having an issue with the hypocrisy. The thing is, if you had a screenshot of them saying in the server, what you're paraphrasing here, that would be more helpful to us to see that. You really need to read out the dots too? Of course. They're not even dot... Okay, if you want me to be super accurate, they're actually commas. Ugh, okay. Probably also hits because it kind of is, like, relatable, not being able to speak out. The fuck does that mean? I hate you. You like this song title? I kind of, like, if it's the hypocrisy, like, the hypocrisy would bother me, personally. But it depends on what they're actually saying in, like, in the server. Hey, Asterati. How you doing? Alright, Jay says, I guess so. I don't know, man. Whenever you bring it up, like, oh, people you're interacting with are still friends with blank, I think of my IRL friends who are interacting with people who are, like, bad people, I guess? Not that I'm trying to excuse it, just more of an insight on my end. IDK how else to say it, but I've experienced, like, ... Those people stick cling with them... Ugh, this is... You guys can't type. These guys don't know, like, punctuation either. Uh-oh. Hey, Vlad. Those people stick or cling to them due to obligations, I guess? Or because they don't really know how to say no in some instances. You know, that... I can see that. They can't type, you can't read. I can't read if people can't type! I'm trying to read it in a way where it makes sense. Or because they don't really know how to say no in some instances. Sometimes they're just misled. What I'm trying to say is that it's nuanced when it comes to their shit because they're not defending them, but they're clinging onto them because it's the only thing they know how to deal with. IDK, now I'm just rambling. No, but I kind of get what Jay's saying. Don't worry, I won't be here long. My sewer pipe exploded in the basement. Oh, great. Great. Happy Thanksgiving, Vlad. So, okay, I kind of get what Jay is saying here. I mean, this is kind of the same exact thing I was saying earlier. Where it's like, you don't know someone's relationship with somebody if they've, like, done something wrong. It is easy for an outsider to say, oh, well, you should just cut ties with them because clearly they did something wrong. But it's like, you're not taking into account how long these people have known each other, what kind of relationship they have, and what they're going through at the time, or what their closeness with each other is. If Missouri is as cold as Iowa is right now, good luck. Frozen shit. A shitsicle. Like, I guess it's out of pity, but also, I don't know. I've been around people like that, and it's usually because they barely have any friends, and they stick to people who are already close to them despite being bad people, if that makes sense. And also, there's also the, fuck. Let me think for a second, sorry. I'm listening to this song and I'm like, oh, I want to play Final Fantasy right now. Villa beat Stormblood the other night. Huzzah. She hated it. She hated it because of Lise. Who would have guessed? Okay, let me think for a second. Because there's also the factor in there that just because you're friends with somebody doesn't mean you approve of or endorse every single thing that they've ever done. Know what I mean? So there's also that angle there. And again, I feel like I have to reiterate myself here. We don't know the extent or the severity of what this person is being accused of. And we also don't know the extent to how, like, Jay and SAD-ist are even interacting with these people. I get why people be friends on the internet, but if I knew one of them was inappropriate, bye, bitch. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Like, I would do the same. But if, like... Here's the thing, Clef. What we're talking about is not... It's not that Jay and SAD-ist are friends with the groomer. They are talking to or messaging people or are associated with people who are friends with the groomer. So there's like there's a layer of separation there. Another groomer? Not necessarily. And also, if you know this person is a groomer or a predator on Discord, why are you censoring their Discord handle? What is the point? Why are you protecting the supposed groomer in this document? I don't understand. Like, how close are they? So they want to break off their groomer friend? I don't know. There's just so much context that's missing here. I guess, I don't know. I'm bad at expressing my thoughts when it comes to this. Thumbs up emoji. I understand that. Well, clearly you didn't. But that doesn't excuse the fact that they support said person. Well, see, then you don't understand what Jay is saying. Why do you say I understand and then clearly demonstrate that you do not understand? I agree, that makes no sense. Yeah. It's like they call this person a predator in the document. So it's like, if you are confident that this person is a predator, why are you protecting them by censoring their name? So far, the accusation against SAD-ist is that they might be interacting with people that might be friends with a maybe groomer. That's the accusation so far. This is already melting my brain. Hey, Ringo. You're new here? Well, welcome. Welcome. Oh shit, guys. Hold on. Look who's here. Mitzi's here. Oh, she heard her name be said. She might not stick around. Somebody give a TLDR in the chat. I can't. Cat. Also, if you pay $5 through the Ko-Fi link, I give her a treat on camera on your behalf. A little bit of promo. Also, like the stream, please. For me, it's innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, and no one's been proven guilty yet. But then again, we're only on page 6 of 38. So we should probably keep going. Not even that! Clef, it's not even that! It's not that Zen is concerned that SAD-ist has a groomer friend. They are concerned that SAD-ist has a friend that has a groomer friend. That's kind of what it's boiling down to right now. Okay, so anyway, Zen says, IRL is different, I'd say. Online you can easily just block and not interact with someone. No, it's really not that simple. It depends on how well you know somebody. And if you believe the accusations, you have to prove that these friends of the alleged groomer, know about the accusations and believe them, and then still continue to support them. You have to prove all of these different things before you can condemn them as a person and say, oh, well, you shouldn't associate, because then it's all guilt by association right now. Gotta go literally shovel shit. Alright, Vlad. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, because we're not being given the proof that these accusations are true, and we can't even go and verify these accusations because this person's identity is being hidden for some reason. It's so weird. Let me just expand this a little bit. Go. Isn't she just a baby? One sec. There we go, now you can see her better. Yeah, there's like no evidence right now. Okay. Where were we? Continuing to interact with them while they support or interact with blank is still not good. I feel like I've been saying this for months, but no one cares. It's usually excused by, oh, we just want to see their art, but it's more than that. And giving them promotion of their content is helping them, despite the fact that they're bad themselves for still supporting someone. So this is just like complete guilt by association right now. Like very loose associations. You're associated with someone who's associated with someone. I think Mitzi smells something in the air. You're making a weird face, Mitzi. Who's a good girl? Good girl. Alright, she's looking at me right now. If that makes sense. No. You don't have to be involved in the issue, but still interacting with someone. Like, you don't have to interact with people that you don't want to interact with. If you decide that somebody... Thank you, Vapor Pony. Her name is inspired by the Animal Crossing character Mitzi. You reblogged something from my arch enemy on Tumblr. Like, if you personally don't want to associate with people that you think are loosely associated with, like, accused groomers, then fine, that's your personal choice to make. But you can't go out of your way to, like, try and condemn people who might not think the same way as you do. Or, like, make a Google Doc. Like, I don't know, like, how much... Like, we're starting with associations, but it's like, shouldn't you be starting with the serious stuff? If there is anything more serious than this in this document? I thought she was named that because she looks like a pair of mittens. She kinda does, doesn't she? Like I said in the summer, now that it's getting colder, she's starting to hang out on her heating pad more. So she'll probably be on camera more often. That's the idea anyway. You don't have to be involved with in the issue, but still interacting with someone despite the warnings is iffy. I mean, sure, it's iffy, but it's like... Is it Google Doc worthy? Not really. I understand being clingy or not having friends, but it's the internet. And it also doesn't excuse that they still support the user, even if it isn't intentional. What? Yeah, that... No, it's not Gentleman by Psy. The title on the screen is wrong. Yen, can you give your TLDR for people who just joined in the chat? That'd be great, thank you. I appreciate you for doing that, by the way. I think I get what you're going for, don't worry. I was typing before my mom suddenly called... Okay. And I lost my train of thought. Anyway... also, it's been months. Everyone has had their time to distance themselves, but chose not to. And for some reason, you've chosen to protect this alleged groomer's identity. That you're, that you're so confident is a predator. But you're hiding their identity for some reason. And Jay says, it's a shame, really, but whatever at this point. Fair. That's funny. It's probs because I don't see the interaction posts. It just makes my brain think, oh, I think it's alright now. You say that they've been interacting, my brain still thinks that since I don't see it, it's alright. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, fair, but if that's the case, then maybe Zen should be showing them, hey, this is them interacting. Like, what is the extent of these people interacting with this groomer person? Is it just that they still follow them on Twitter, or is it more than that? What was that penis-ass music before Caravan? That was a gentleman. So 10 minutes later, Jay says, Zen, when do you want a VC? Zen says, that's still not good. Apply that to the Wilbur situation. You don't see someone supporting Will, but you hear about it, and it's bad. It's bad! It's bad because it's bad! I can't accuse Enlaa of being a groomer if she never shows any chat logs of being a groomer. True. I mean, that's correct. You don't know what you don't know. And, like, if you're telling Jay, these people are still interacting with this groomer, maybe you should show them the extent of the ways they're interacting, instead of just saying it and expecting them to just take your word for it. Infinite content farm just makes shit up. It's always the minors. Yeah. Let's see. It's one thing to be far removed from the situation, but it's another to not be, I guess? But I'll try to distance slowly from them. You said that last time. Yeah, I did. What do you think slowly means, bitch? I'm kidding. If there's no proof or names, it might as well be smoke and mirrors. Yeah. But we haven't seen the proof yet. We're just seeing chat logs about something that's, like, loosely related. Old habits die hard. No, but on a more serious note, I think I was still being pulled because of this notion. What? False pretenses? Maybe the word I'm looking for? I'll try to avoid them this time around. So that was in March. Okay. So we don't know if they've had this discussion again later on, but we'll see. I believe I brought my concerns up in our private server shared with SAD-ist and others beforehand, however. I no longer have access to the server. I can recall conversations where Jay and SAD-ist mentioned liking their art. SAD-ist even sharing it. Who, the groomers? Hi, Mitzi. Sorry, Mitzi left, guys. Here, come here. Up here. You know you can't get my attention just doing that. Yeah, it's definitely hearsay, but... It's not even really hearsay, it's more testimony. Mitzi sold me Fent. I'd believe it. I know what she's like. Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta move this. It's gonna drive me nuts. There. I can recall conversations where... So I'm assuming they're talking about the groomer. I can recall conversations where Jay and SAD-ist mentioned liking their art, SAD-ist even sharing it. I mean, you gotta prove it. You still have to prove it. This is... Obviously, I can't take this as, like, fact. This likely contributed to their continued interactions despite Jay's initial action of distancing herself from those individuals. So, wait, are we talking about the friends of the groomer? Is that what we're still talking about? Oh my god. So what, they just mention sometimes liking their art on Twitter? Or just liking their art in general? That's the level we're getting to? So they like the art of people that might be friends with a groomer. Someone who might be a groomer. I remember Enlaa and I have a conversation of her being a groomer, but it's all deleted though. So sad. Messy doc, yeah. Fuck. In May of 2024, I voiced my discomfort again regarding their ongoing association, so 3 different times as far as we know. I feel like once you get to the second time, you might as well just fucking drop it. Some of the others in the server agreed with my points, while others disagreed. Again, just testimony, we don't know if this is true. A quick look at those users' accounts showed that they were still openly friends with and interacting with the groomer, which others also noted in the Vents channel. That point was seemingly overlooked. Some argue that it's possible to like someone's content without supporting them, which is true to an extent. However, SAD-ist and Jay actively promoted the supporters' content, engaged with them in Discord calls and other platforms, played and exchanged games, left our voice calls to hang out with them, and maintained close relationships while claiming left our voice calls to hang out with them, and maintained close relationships while claiming they were distancing themselves. But no proof for any of this. You don't have a single screenshot for any of this? Like, if they were promoting and wait, hold on. If they were engaging with them on other platforms as well, you should be able to get proof for that, right? Like Twitter or YouTube or like Instagram or TikTok or wherever else they are. Can't you get proof for that there? I'm sorry, but this reeks of jealousy. It might be. Who knows? The possibility is definitely there now. They've definitely opened the door for that possibility with this line here. Left our voice calls to go hang out with them. So the possibility is definitely there now. Jay justified her actions by stating that she was interacting with her community rather than them as friends directly. Another member noted that if it was the case, it wouldn't be difficult to distance themselves, as if it could... whatever, and this is all he said, she said, now. After some discussion in the public chat, I noted SAD-ist did not engage in the conversation at all. Wow, oh, she didn't say anything. Later DMing me, which is where everything began to go south. How old are all these people? Like in their early 20s, I would assume. Let's skip this song, it's hurting my ears. Much better. Alright, so... oh, boy. Alright, so this is around the time that they got demoted. This is on May 4th. To sound misogynistic here, why is it always a she? Alright, Clef. Look at that wall of text. I know. Buckle up, guys. Buckle up. I just wanted to say, this is SAD-ist talking in DMs. I just wanted to say, as much as you wanted to protect me, if you're seeing it that way, it's almost like you're putting people in a chokehold. What happened with Blank and other people is really, really terrible, but my god, can we move past that? You say these people support Blank, and you make it like that's the only thing they ever do, but have no way of proving that now. So even SAD-ist says you can't even prove that. IDK, maybe you do, since you constantly stalk them. Hold on, I'm just making sure I have the whole screenshot here. Since you constantly stalk them, so SAD-ist is alleging that, you know, Zen is stalking these people. What are you, Beetle, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm not even going to engage in that. You guys can talk about that if you want. And these people never once have ever mentioned Blank around me. I have never heard of that name for months, other than in our group chat continuously hating over this groomer, who I don't even want to remember. You obsessing on this predator is doing way more harm to the victims themselves. I get to say that because I am one. Wait, a victim of this groomer? Or just a victim in general? I don't know if you get to say that just because you are a victim. But if you're also one of the victims of this groomer, then that's different. I understand you have your fair share of terrible experiences. I truly empathize with that. No one had to deal with that. Although you shouldn't project your issues onto other people's problems. Because you just end up talking over the actual victims of this specific situation. I have no way of telling if they still interact with her, but I don't think that is my place to know. They may have their own issues with her, and I do hope they stop interacting, but that is their own private matters. And in most cases, I don't care. I really just don't want to care. I want to get over that horrible experience and actually talk to people again. In a way, these people have also shared the same horrible experience as I do. I just want to casually talk to people without being interrupted. If there's a problem, then I will take its consequences. So wait, is SAD-ist a victim of this groomer too? And yet Zen is like trying to moral flag to them about still associating with people that might associate with their groomer? That's very interesting. I mean, the wording makes it hard to know for sure, but... So what SAD-ist is saying here is that possibly this groomer that we're talking about, she was one of the victims of, potentially, and she is telling Zen that she has no proof, or she has seen no proof, that these people still interact with the groomer. So we can't even confirm if, like, if she has seen any evidence of what Zen is claiming. From what Zen is saying, it sounds like Zen will just pop into, like, discussions or chats and be like, why do you still hang out with these guys? These people talk to a groomer. These people talk to a groomer, you know. No, Clef! No! You... God damn it! You're missing the point! I can't tell if Clef is just doing this, if Clef is doing this just to piss me off. Fuck. Clef! We are talking about Zen being mad at SAD-ist for being associated with people that might be associated with her groomer. That is what we're talking about now. I'm sorry, lol. I've never had Clef apologize to me before. Okay. This is such a woman moment. Oh, fuck. We like to have fun here. This is so fucking bizarre. This is why women can't be friends with women. Alright, SAD-ist, I got scared when you smashed the table. I tapped it very lightly. It's a light tap. Okay, don't worry. I didn't smash the table. Oh my god. I got scared. Fuck. Oh, Enlaa's mad. Alright, Alright, SAD-ist ends this off by saying, if we still can't see each other's views and this continues to hurt you, you are free to separate from me, or get off admin, or leave the SAD server if you need to. I'm not your responsibility. Very true. Calmly body slams the table. Shut up. I'm gonna be honest, as a woman on the spectrum, it can be very hard being friends with other women, especially other autistic women. Preach, dude, preach. Yes, it can be difficult, especially if you're like me, and you have a very low tolerance for higher frequency voices. If I'm listening to a YouTube video and I hear a woman's voice, I'm out. I dip. I'm automatically like, I don't like you. You know what pisses me off? Okay, I won't name drop or anything, but there is this collection of like gamer people. It's not Oni Plays, by the way, so don't even suggest it, Clef. But there is like a gamer group where I watch their like comedy gameplay videos sometimes, where they play like different like various horror games or like co-op games together, and there is always a woman. There's always a woman in their friend group that does the actual unironic uwu voice. Like the high-pitched uwu cutesy voice. There's like several of them. And like, you can tell that they are try-harding, and it's like so fucking annoying. It's not Game Grumps! If you're an acoustic woman, date a man, they won't leave you. I know who you're talking. Oh yeah, for sure. Take a wild guess. You might as well. Anyway, I don't know, I just find, like, other e-girls annoying. Especially when they, like, are tryharding. Also, I apologize that, like, my chat is kind of covering the screenshot, but, you know, the link is in the description, so you can pull this up as well, if you need to. But that's why I'm reading it for you out loud. Fuck off, I don't want to talk about Game Grumps. Do not talk about Game Grumps with me. I hate them. I don't even know if they're still bad, but I hate them. I still hate them. Do not talk about Game Grumps with me. Yeah, I don't really watch other VTubers. Okay, sorry, we'll get back to this. So, SAD-ist says all of this. Says all that, and then Zen responds with a huge wall of text that has no screenshots or anything to show, like, any of the accusations that they're making about these associates. So it's just, it's all a bunch of moral flagging, basically. So Zen responds with, I'm going to go through the sentences / paragraphs one by one. I typed this all out and sent it, but Discord died, so I had to redo it. I may have missed points. I am not meaning to put people in a, quote, chokehold. I'm giving the facts as it is. It may be difficult to understand or process, but it's reality, and unfortunately these people you associate yourself with are inherently bad. Dude, if it's a fact, show SAD-ist the facts! If you have the facts, then show her! She literally just told you, I don't have the proof. I don't have the proof to be able to verify if they're actually still interacting with this groomer. And you're gonna be like, sorry, it's just the facts, honey. They don't have the facts. So show them. What are you doing right now? I cannot move past what happened with blank when I'm constantly reminded of it. Were you even involved in this situation at all? Are you a victim of this person? Like, what is your relationship with this groomer anyway? Or you feel like you are the moral authority or the moral arbiter? I don't have the peace for this. You know, that's fair. I'm, like, high on coffee right now. Yeah, saying it's a fact doesn't prove it's a fact. If the people who are tied to her are constant reminders, you cannot just ignore the situation because you want to hang out with people. I say they support blank because they do. Not like you see it, because she's probably blocked. What? So you even acknowledge that SAD-ist hasn't seen this evidence. So what is SAD-ist just supposed to take your word for it? Blindly without any proof? Tumblr ass drama. That's what this feels like. Occasionally on my feed, I get blank related content from people you, Jay, and blank follow who interact with blank by liking it, retweeting, engaging in conversation in the comment section, then screenshot it and show it to her. Or even if you need to, just screenshot. You're saying that SAD-ist is doing this. And Jay. You're high on coffee, that's a bit. I guess you could call me straight edge. Anyway, I don't like, whatever. It's like the closest thing to a drug I'll ever take. Oh shit, we're witnessing endless spurg out. Yeah, I'm crashing out right now, guys. No, but like, this is fucking bizarre. This is so frustrating. There's some common sense that's fucking missing here. But then again, this is a Dream SMP fan, so you know what? That makes sense. I'd rather read an entire Discord log than this. This is... Oh, I'm not gonna talk about Goblin right now. She's gone. Let it go. Let it go. Oh, where was I? There's so much red. Like, this is purely testimonial. Why don't you just show her the evidence? I don't understand. The Cine Bear support group log took days off of my life. Oh, that situation was so frustrating. I was the first on the scene with the group chat logs. But then I was so ready. I was gonna do a stream on it last week. And then literally everybody and their mom jumped on it first before I could. Even though I was like the first to arrive. Here's the thing with me and the way I like conduct streams. Typically, if 5 to 10 other streamers have already covered the same topic, I don't want to cover it anymore. It's the unfortunate reality. Because I'm probably not going to give you any commentary that's unique to the situation at that point. I am bitter about it. Maybe you should have streamed. But again, I would have just been regurgitating the same shit everyone else has already said at that point. There would have been no point. It would have felt redundant. And by that time, I've already, like, personally gotten worn out. Okay. Where was I? I don't care, I want to hear your take. I'll keep that in mind. Where was... I'm trying to find where I was. A server I was in, mentioned blank being in a VC with blank. Probably around a month ago. So, that's just... So you just heard rumors that this happened and you're taking it as fact? This concern has been around since Jay told people about the issue and her people not wanting to be associated with them. Again, I left on my own accord. Do not say that I stalk them. As much as I filter content from Twitter, I still get it, no matter how hard I try. Which is why I cleaned out followers/following in... I have a feeling you might be stalking them, dude. Any form of boosting or interaction is support. But I thought you said to Jay that just because you interact with somebody doesn't mean that you're supporting them. I thought you said that earlier. Or liking their content. No, you won't. Hang on, guys, I'll be right back, just briefly. I need to do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I wanted to go check on Mitzi and see if she would be willing to come back to her spot. There she is. Okay. Car. True. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Being friends... Okay, Zen continues. Being friends with a groomer, knowing that what they've done is bad enough as it is. Okay, but here's the thing. You need to prove that they not only know what the person did, but also believe it to be true. And just say, oh yeah, I know they groomed a kid, but I don't care. Okay, they don't have to say that specifically, but you know what I mean. It's like you're making a lot of assumptions right now, just based on very little evidence. Sparkly use. Okay, thank you, Mitzi. Thank you for that. Hypocritical for you to tweet your support about Shelby, agree with Jay about Wilbur supporters being disgusting, yet befriend and give attention to people who still associate themselves with a child groomer. And yet you, Zen, decided to protect that same child groomer by censoring their name in this document for some reason. Seems kind of hypocritical to me, but... Mitzi putting up a show. Ignore her. It does not matter if they don't mention her around you. It's the yes, it does. It's the association that matters. So again, guilt by association. I'm not the one who thinks this. Blank, Jay, and Blank have agreed. Jay's taken accountability because she knows it's bad. It's valid for me to shit on Blank. She's disgusting. Do not mistake my concern for obsession. The fact that you think I'm obsessed genuinely hurts me because I am not. I am not obsessed! I can quit any time I want. Yeah, this entire paragraph proves that you're definitely not obsessed with this situation. Like, it's been like half a year at this point. Let's see, November, December, January, February, March, April. It's been 6 months. And this person is still, like, going on an inquisition for this, like, supposed groomer that they are protecting in this Google document. Alright, gotta go. Really don't give a damn about this idiotic situation. That's fair. Thank you for the stream. It was great to see you. Bye. Alright, cool. I have never once projected my own situations of being a victim into the situation. While I did mention that as a victim myself, this is hurtful. Okay, so you did. See. Oh my god, no fucking way. I never once projected my own situation of being a victim onto this situation. Although I did say, as a victim, this sucks. So then you did. You can't say I never once did that and then say, okay, well, I did do it. Fucking hell. I constantly bring up Blank as a victim and those affected, as well as others in the server. If you took my words or tone the wrong way, then I can see how it looks like that. But in no way am I making this about myself. Yeah, totally not making this about yourself, dude. No, so Zen is not related to the accusations at all. Even though, where did they say? Where did they say it? I cannot move past what happened with Blank when I'm constantly reminded of it. The phrasing there makes it sound like that Zen is, like, involved somehow. But they're not. I I know you don't want to find out if they do interact with her, but they do. But then just show her. What's the harm in just showing her, like, screenshots or evidence? Again, Blank mentioned how easy it is to see. Then show that? And I do hope they stop interacting. It's been months, and there's no indication that they plan on changing that behavior knowing what Blank did or is. This statement alone shows you acknowledge their connection to Blank. No, they're saying if that's true. I almost don't want to care because it's been so long. Can we get this cat 10K? She deserves it. Yeah, like the stream and throw money at the cat. She's getting thin. No, she's not. Her weight is perfectly fine. She's shrinking! Give her treats! Didn't we hear this one already? This song is kind of quiet. God damn. This is just like schizo ranting. You have to understand that by supporting these people, in some way, you're supporting their actions. But what actions are they doing? Just being, like maybe associated with a maybe groomer. That's all we have to go off of right now. Especially when they try... Oh, wait, hold on. They themselves are bad for keeping someone like Blank in their lives. And if you don't want to acknowledge that or distance yourself for the sake of content or art, then there's something wrong with you. You cannot get over... Gee, I wonder why you were demoted, dude. You cannot get over the situation if you have these enablers around you. Especially when they try hard to get your attention or befriend you. Blank pointed out in the server. But if that's the case, then shouldn't you be able to show it? There is a problem. They support Blank, and you support them. That's a big issue. I understand where you're coming from. No, you very clearly don't understand where they're coming from. And I don't want my initial concern to create distance. Nah. Yet saying that there's something wrong with SAD-ist for not knowing if these people interact with a groomer or not is wild. And I can see why you were demoted. I would do the same. I would absolutely do the same. See, this is why she framed it at the beginning. Like the demotion was sudden and unfair. That's why they presented that first before this. Because this like schizo rant from her, this entire paragraph shows why she was demoted. So she wanted to lead with the whole, like, this was unfair and caused me stress angle to, like, villainize them further before showing all of this. I don't know how you think this makes you look good, Zen. I understand where you're coming from. I enjoy being an admin for your community server. Leaving would be very hard due to the effects... But Zen, you could just leave! If you don't approve of what they're doing, couldn't you just leave? Isn't it? I thought you said it was that easy. It's the internet, remember? I thought it was so easy to just leave and block people. If you don't approve of their actions, why don't you just leave? Oh, it's almost like you're all intertwined with a close-knit community and you all have, like, friendships and relationships with each other and it's hard to just, you know, like, cut the rope or cut those ties with each other. It's almost like it's a lot more complex than that. So you're being very unfair to these people when you could have just done the exact same thing that you're saying that they should have done. Why didn't you just cut ties with these people, Zen? I don't know, seems kind of weird. But instead you're trying to victimize yourself, like, and painting it as if it was unfair for you to be demoted. If what they were doing was so horrible, then why are you upset that you got demoted? Shouldn't you have just left? Shouldn't you be, like, relieved that you got demoted? Maybe she's gay. And I'm sure that if I left and gave them my reasoning, majority of staff would leave too. Oh, very big words, big claims. Do we have confirmation on that? If, like, there's been, like, a mass exodus from her server since this document dropped? Well, I haven't seen the entire document yet, but this is a lot of overconfidence coming from Zen. I know you took it hard with Blank because she was close and broke your trust, but you need to understand that engaging with those who support her is also bad. So it's like... So SAD-ist is potentially a victim of this groomer person that's being alleged to be a groomer. And this person, this Zen person that is not involved, that is not personally involved with that situation, is coming in and telling a potential victim of that situation how they should be acting and feeling. And if they don't comply, they're a bad person who needs to be condemned. That to me is kind of wild. And it sounds very, very entitled. Scorned lover energy. It kind of does. Regardless if you only want to engage for content. It's similar to people saying that they like Lovejoy, I don't know who that is, or Wilbur, or their music, okay. As much as it is hurtful or hard, being around these people and supporting them is doing more damage than good. Be mature! Distance yourself. Even if there's so much manipulation in this message, it's crazy. Like, she's framing SAD-ist as being the unreasonable one in this conversation. Like, you're being immature here because you're not stalking these people and, like, you're not judging someone for every single interaction they have online with other people. You're being the immature one. You, who might have been a victim of this groomer. SAD-ist justified her actions by asserting that one of the several users I was uncomfortable with was a victim of the groomer. Wait, what's this person's name again? So Zen is getting mad. Is getting mad at one of the... Even if SAD-ist isn't a victim, we know, and Zen knows, that one of the people that they're condemning for being associated with the groomer is one of the victims of the groomer. That, again, is wild. You can be uncomfortable with them, but you're saying that they're disgusting people and nobody should associate with them. So just leave the grooming victim with the groomer and isolate them, further isolating them with their potential groomer? Excuse me? Like, so Zen is saying that one of the victims of the groomer, who is still associated with the groomer, should be further isolated to the groomer, and shouldn't have contact with anybody else. Genius. Brilliant. It's the grooming victim's fault, guys. As far as I know, only one person provided evidence of being a victim, which led to the groomer's removal from the server in the first place. So wait, now you're bringing into question the evidence against this groomer? What? So, but you've already... You're making it out like it's, like, fact that this person is a groomer and has groomed multiple people. But now you're calling into question the evidence provided? It upset me to see SAD-ist persist in labeling this user as a victim, as it feels like she was using it more as an excuse to overlook... So now you're questioning if the person who claims that they're a victim is actually a victim? I mean, fair enough, but doesn't that seem kind of hypocritical? To overlook her continued associations with several others who support the groomer. But, again, you haven't provided proof that this is even happening. Not to SAD-ist and not to us either. Mislabeling can be harmful, especially given the serious nature... Yes! Yes, mislabeling somebody as a child groomer or predator can be very harmful. Good job, Zen. Good job. Yes, it is harmful. I empathize with those affected by the groomer's actions and believe it's important to handle such matters with care and sensitivity. And this is handling it with care and sensitivity. Expressing my concerns effectively while in an emotional state. Particularly with SAD-ist's constant false claims. What false claims? What false claims? You haven't shown any claims that SAD-ist has made to be false. Was challenging to approach with such care. Alright, here's another question, Zen. Why does it have to be you? If you acknowledge that these situations are delicate and need to be handled with professionalism and care and sensitivity, why do you think you're qualified to handle this situation? Why do you think you're the one who's qualified to tackle this sensitive and delicate case of child grooming? Can't you just distance yourself and not? What like, there's so much entitlement and self-importance here. SAD-ist accused me of victimizing, victim blaming, and making the situation about myself. I didn't see SAD-ist say anywhere that you were victim blaming. Yeah, they said because you end up taking over the actual victims of this specific situation. You obsessing over the predator is doing way more harm to the victims themselves. Yeah, nowhere in this did SAD-ist say that you were victim blaming. They did say that you were making the situation about yourself, which you are. I mean, hence this document. Coming forward with your experiences. Making this whole situation about a groomer about you. And your demotion from a Discord server. Now, you're definitely not making this about you. She also made unfounded claims against me and involved people unrelated to the situation to further... Wait, that's a bit of an oxymoron. She involved people unrelated to the situation. Doesn't that make them related to the situation if they're involved? We gotta handle it with care. Bull in a fine china shop. She made false, unfounded claims. She said you were acting like a stalker, and you kinda are, just based on what we've seen. This is very much obsessed, stalker-like behavior because you were obsessing over this for 6 months. This was frustrating because multiple people in the private server agreed on the evidence presented in the Vents channel, yet SAD-ist labeled me a stalker. How come we... So you acknowledge that there's evidence presented in the Vents channel, but you can't provide any of that evidence here that we can see? Yet SAD-ist labeled me a stalker and suggested I had an obsession with the groomer. I mean, it kinda seems like you do. It hurt me to see her degrade my character as such when I was genuinely trying to resolve our conflict. Sorry, what did you say in this again? What did you say? They themselves are bad for keeping someone like Blank in their lives, and if you don't want to acknowledge that or distance yourself for the sake of content or art, then there's something wrong with you. Yeah, that's you trying to resolve this conflict? Yeah, sure. And yet, SAD-ist is the only one here trying to degrade your character. Okay. Many points she raised has been discussed and contradicted by others in the open discussion, which she ignored, even when referencing those points in my messages. Again, no proof for any of this. So if she has the power to make everyone leave, why hasn't she? Regarding her interactions with the supporters of the groomer, SAD-ist stated, "If there's a problem, then I will take its consequences." Cropped image from the one above. Is it? I just want to talk casually to people without being interrupted. If there's a problem, then I'll take its consequences. I mean, fair enough. When the admin approached SAD-ist about her association, SAD-ist was quick to defend her behavior, claiming those users... Oh, this is weirdly cropped. SAD-ist was quick to defend her behavior, claiming those users weren't active and she didn't want to unfollow anyone simply because she fell out of a fandom. After further discussion, she eventually confirmed for herself that those she followed continued to support the groomer. Though she previously labeled me as a stalker with an obsession, it was only then SAD-ist offered to unfollow these individuals. It's almost like she received new information that she didn't have prior to your conversation. And then she acted on this new information that she did not have previously. Wow, what a revelation. You're claiming that this is a bad... Isn't this a good thing? What? Also, we don't see... That's interesting. We don't see the time of this. This is very weirdly cropped. This is cropped so that the time is hidden, which is odd. Because she's been able to take, like, perfectly fine screenshots earlier, so why is this one cropped so badly? Especially, like, hiding the time. This could be from 1998, we don't know. Interesting. Despite me raising these issues... But the problem is then that you raised these issues without evidence. That's the thing. She's not gonna just blindly take your word for it. Others pointed out that the evidence supporting my claims could have easily been found with a simple profile search. That is your job! You're the accuser! The accuser has the burden of proof. Not the person being accused. It is not their job to go find your evidence. Why didn't you do that? You're the one who's supposed to provide the evidence, not the other way around. That is not her job. Also, did she agree with the accusation, or was she just sick of the harassment? She went, fine, I'll unfollow them. That's another good point. That's another good point. We'd have to see what this says. So, we can only assume this is after the DM exchange. So this is, same profile pic, I assume. Yeah. Alright, so this is SAD-ist saying, I don't know when the time that she said this was, because the date is hidden for some reason. You like the song, by the way? Okay, I see. Zen did mention them during our argument, but she said that she only pulled them from Blank's Twitter followings. I'm pretty sure Jay told her that we haven't interacted with any of those people for months now, so I didn't really think of them when you said friends. Blank, Blank, and Blank are inactive in the fandom. They're doing their own thing or busy with university, so I don't talk to them. I haven't been interacting with Blank and Blank. I haven't interacted with them all for so long that they definitely aren't my friends either. I don't know their relation with Blank. I assume the groomer. If there was any proof that mankind is of a terrible design, it would be poop. Well, we have to get rid of our food somehow. With Blank, I actually haven't interacted with all of them for so long. Blank now, but again, I don't want to assume. I don't want a repeat of what happened with the two previously mentioned victims, but yeah. I wouldn't say they're my friends at all. I just followed them back when I was into TSP for their art and didn't want to unfollow just because I fell out of the fandom. So now we're arguing over Twitter follows? Guys, following someone on Twitter does not equal endorsement. And honestly, sometimes people just forget. Or they don't care enough to like, I could probably pull up my Twitter and see all the different people that I'm still following that I don't even like or engage with their content anymore. Yeah, so far this is shaping up to be a really crappy Google Doc. I came back to the burden of proof thing. Yeah, so far it seems like the accuser is just like really obsessive and moral flaggy. Basically, what you need to know, like right now, we're not even halfway into this document, so there could be more accusations. But the accusation we're on right now is that this person is upset that the person they're accusing in this document, SAD-ist, they're mad at SAD-ist because they follow and loosely associate with people that might be associated with a groomer. Someone that we can't even confirm or not if they're even, like, really a groomer. Because we don't know who they are, because for some reason, Zen is protecting the groomer's name in this Google document. Even though, yeah, they're for sure a groomer. But we're gonna hide their name anyway. It's so lame. This is like a really shitty accusation to start off with. This is not making you look good, Zen. This is making you look obsessive and weird. And hiding a groomer. And, like, in essence, protecting them. Rewording my message to the admin about SAD-ist's response. Wait, what? I mean, that is what you did, though. It's not really rewording if she's just paraphrasing what you did. You're extrapolating a lot of these associations just based on Twitter follows. I went to the groomer's account after to confirm the interactions just as the admin did. I don't know their relation to the groomer and I don't want to assume, despite being made aware by myself and others. Without proof, though. Again, it doesn't matter if you made her aware if you're not providing her proof. She already said that she didn't have proof for the stuff that you were alleging, so why should she just take it at face value? This person, Zen, literally says in the DMs to SAD-ist, I say they support blank because they do. I'm just saying I'm just giving the facts. It may be difficult to understand or process, but it's reality. Really demeaning SAD-ist in this response, by the way. Like, basically saying that SAD-ist is just too dumb to get it. It might be difficult for you to understand, but it's just the facts of the matter, but then provides no proof to support your facts. Bro! Continuing to label someone a victim and equating their experience with that of a minor? What do you mean, continuing to label someone a victim? And equating their experience with that of a minor? What are you talking about? Regardless of whether they are directly affected by the groomer's actions or not, it continues to be seemingly used as an excuse to overlook her other... I mean, if we're taking everything that SAD-ist said in these messages at face value, then them saying, where was it? SAD-ist saying, you obsessing on this predator is doing way more harm to the victims themselves. I get to say that because I am one. Based on my understanding, that is SAD-ist saying that they are potentially a victim of this groomer. But you're saying here that you don't know if they're, if they're directly a victim or not? And then just assuming that they're lying? I don't know. This is written so fucking poorly. Didn't want to unfollow just because I fell out of the fandom. Suggest that SAD-ist was aware of their actions and when questions about... No, it doesn't! No, that doesn't mean that SAD-ist is acknowledging the accusations or that they're true. That's not what that means at all. Wait, she's a victim or a groomer? Saying I am one in that sentence is kind of... It is vague, but that's my personal interpretation from it. All I'm saying is that there's the possibility that SAD-ist was also a victim, but that's just being ignored. I know, the wording is very vague. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. There is no reason to hesitate to unfollow them as she did with unfollowing me, even though both Jay and SAD-ist have given you plenty of reasons why people don't immediately unfollow. And you said you understood that, you're proceeding to show that you clearly don't understand that at all. All of these people are like in their early 20s. This person making this document is either 20 or 21. They're just fucking Twitter-brained. Who's this? Who's this person? I understand what you mean, but this isn't about falling out of the TSP fandom. I understand not wanting to even look at Blank's account, but some people like Blank or Blank still collaborate and support Blank. God, the censoring job is so bad. Opinions invalid. They were born after 9/11. This is very public on a quick Twitter search. I know that ultimately it is your decision as to who you follow and for why. I just wish to inform you about this. Inform them with evidence, with proof. I wasn't aware. So this is in July of 2024. I wasn't aware that they had collabed or interacted recently because I have Blank blocked on my Twitter. So any post involving her wouldn't have shown up on my timeline. I just checked their Twitters now to make sure, and now I can confirm for myself that Blank, Blank, and Blank are still interacting like they're close to the groomer. I don't know if they've been told, and I'm not sure if they're aware of what the groomer did, but if it makes you less worried... So we don't even know if the people associating with the groomer are even aware of the things the groomer did. There's just so many fucking stupid retarded layers to this. But if it makes you less worried, I can unfollow. So in July, she decided to unfollow them just because. Like, just for whatever. It's not much of a loss to her because she wasn't really, like, interacting with them anyway. So what's the problem? Again, she was informed multiple times. Not with evidence, though. It's only in July that she finally saw the evidence for it herself. You know what you could have done all the way back in January, Zen? Is shown her the evidence, but you were too fucking lazy to do it. I'm already spamming X. Fucking hell. I don't know if they've been told is not an excuse. SAD-ist holds the power to educate people, as Jay did, and distance herself from harmful associations. It is not SAD-ist's responsibility to spread allegations about somebody if they don't even know if they're true or not. That is not SAD-ist. They're an animation YouTuber. They are not a moral crusader. They're not a predator hunter. What are you talking about? If all they want to do is look at people's art and animate shit, that is all they have to do. They are not obligated to do anything like any moral, any moral crusading. All she said is like, oh, I see it, they're still interacting with this. I didn't know that before, so I'm just going to unfollow them. That's it! That's it! It's disappointing that it took her this long to confirm this, especially after a staff member of her public server reached out to express concern with the same evidence as mine. Show us the evidence! Why are you not showing us the evidence? We haven't even seen the evidence yet. So we don't even know if the evidence that you showed them is good. If you showed them evidence at all. The admin and I were surprised that SAD-ist didn't apply the same harmful labels to them as she did to me. Because you're the one who is shown to be obsessed with this. And that she seemed more cooperative with them. It might be because the way that she approached SAD-ist was way less confrontational than you. What she says is, this is very public on a Twitter search. I know that it's ultimately your decision as to who you follow and for why. Also, the confrontations are months apart. You confronted them in May and got your ass booted from the server, while this person confronted them in July. So maybe SAD-ist's mind has changed since then on different things. And also, they weren't trying to be manipulative or gaslighting SAD-ist in this response. Or like demeaning them as a person, or acting superior to them, or entitled. Maybe that's why they were more receptive. While I understand that people choose their associations freely, and I respect that, obviously you don't. Obviously you don't when you're condemning SAD-ist as a bad person and a disgusting individual, and problematic just because of just because of Twitter likes and Twitter follows. Obviously you don't respect that. It's just troubling when those associations involve support for someone whose actions are deeply harmful and disgusting, especially towards minors. Yeah, if only we could see that evidence, but we don't even know if the person being accused is guilty of what they are accused of doing. As their former friend, it makes me very uncomfortable to see this behavior continue. You know what's funny? We don't even know if they were friends with SAD-ist, really. This could just be, like, parasocial on Zen's part. It makes me very uncomfortable to see his behavior continue. But it hasn't. It hasn't continued? You just showed proof that SAD-ist decided to unfollow these people and not associate with them in July. But now you're saying that this behavior is continuing to happen, but you just showed that it stopped in July. What are you fucking talking about? And also, don't try to mask this as, like, some kind of, like, concern. This is not concern. This is clearly bitterness and jealousy. Throughout this conflict, SAD-ist focused on just two individuals, ignoring the many others briefly mentioned. What? What does that even mean? Jay made an effort to distance herself from the others, even though... So, what's your problem with Jay, then? Even though she didn't stick to her commitments, and has grown close with some again. Boo-hoo, idiot, who cares? She still took accountability, recognized the harm, and acted accordingly. She may not have done it, but she did it. In contrast, it feels as if SAD-ist was using the victim's experiences to overshadow others she follows and has made harmful claims against me. This is what it's all about. You are bitter and mad because they called you an obsessive stalker and got rid of you from their Discord server. This is what this is really all about, or at least this whole section. You're fucking bitter. That's why you're making this. Or at least that's why you're talking about this part in particular. It's disappointing. Shut up. Get off your fucking high horse. You're the one who is actively protecting the groomer by censoring their name, so you have no room to speak here. Like, what you're doing in this document is objectively worse than anything you've shown so far SAD-ist to be doing. So, shut the fuck up. Please and thank you. Can I just, like, skip the rest of this? Because I'm like, done with the, like, guilt by association shit. It's pointless. Okay. Shifting the narrative. From that point, SAD-ist proceeded to turn the tables onto me. That's untrue. Because this shit happened in July. It's not from then on, because now we're talking about stuff that happened before July. So I don't know what you're trying to say here. We're going back to May. The stuff with SAD-ist saying, okay, I'll unfollow them, happened in July. Yeah, you can. You did this to yourself. No, I don't want to. It's just them waxing poetic and standing on a soapbox. It's so annoying. It's just like, personally, I find this to be so disappointing. Shut up. From that point, SAD-ist proceeded to turn the tables onto me, bringing up points about how I was controlling. It sounds like you were being pretty controlling. Just not gonna lie. Various things I've done to upset her throughout our friendship. So this is back on May 4th. In their conversation. Let's see. If this is 5... Okay, what page are we on? 11. 5:04. 10:40 p.m. 8:50 p.m. Okay, so the rest... Now we're seeing the rest of this DM discussion. What a friendship. So Zen says, why are you trying to turn this on me? I've never been close or anything to them. Yes, I emphasize because like you and Jay, they were close and lost a friend. And what was it? Because I've been genuinely hurt by your actions. Sorry I've called you obsessive. So they even apologized for it to her. And she's still fucking bitter about it. She even apologized the same day for calling her obsessive. And you're still, like, using it against her. God, you are so fucking bitter. Sorry I've called you obsessive, but I seriously felt like I'm being choked around you. You nitpick everything I do, swinging hard to an opinion of me, supporting bad behavior so rapidly. I mean, that's what Zen did. Yeah, this is seeming really parasocial. So you're turning this on me because I've done things in the past to hurt you? All I did is do things in the past to hurt you. Like, and also, great reframing, Zen. Because I've done things in the past to hurt you, as if it's not what you're doing right now. I seriously felt like I'm being choked around you. You nitpick everything, swing hard to an... So you're turning this on me because I've done things in the past. No, it's about what you're doing right now, Zen. Can you elaborate on what I've done? Because I genuinely don't recall any of the things you claim I'm doing. You're doing it right now. That is such manipulative language. Holy shit. What the fuck? SAD-ist says, and I seriously want to understand your reasons. I just don't comprehend your way of thinking. That seemed black and white to you. If people condone this behavior or not, there are some reasons why people can't immediately leave people or things behind. I know you know this. You talk like you can easily cut off something behind. Cut off something, yet you see value in the SAD server. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, Zen is like, oh, but it's so easy just to press the block button. And yet, if they thought that, like, SAD-ist was, like, being awful for, like, being associated with these people, then why were they so invested in staying as an admin on this server? Isn't it so easy just to leave, Zen? As for me, I don't want to leave a person I genuinely care about, but if I notice people suffering in the SAD server, I would be 100% okay if it gets terminated, if it means no other people had to deal with crap. Sen says, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused on what you're trying to say. I have acknowledged that people can struggle to leave things behind, yes. I don't see how this has any relation to my position in the server. It's because it means that you're being a hypocrite, Zen. I know I said it wouldn't be hard, but I don't see how this is related. I'm really confused now, trying to play dumb. Really, really trying to play dumb here. SAD-ist says, I guess I was trying to compare. Yeah, it's hypocritical. I also have a feeling that you're doing this to save my face or something. And I wanted to give you an option if you don't completely agree with me. I had a feeling your position as an admin is what got you so controlling over everything I do. To save my face and in turn save you from association with me. And I always felt like I'm your responsibility. I don't want that. I mean, fair enough. Yeah. It could very well be that Zen got a big head about their admin position and started, like, bossing people around or acting like SAD-ist's, like, manager. Alright, I need a drink, sorry. Hold on. Good lord, this is gonna take us a while. Guys, like the stream. Please and thank you. You know what I should do? I should put Dream SMP in the keywords. There you go. Enlaa liked to throw her weight around in her server. Yeah, duh! It's my server! Oh my god, Enlaa's so controlling in her own server. Discord servers are not a democracy, they are a dictatorship. Okay. Following that, her messages became more generalized, describing how I had hurt her without providing any specific details or examples, despite my repeated requests for clarification. We don't get to see that, interestingly enough. Many of these broad comments can be applied to everyone in the private server, which I assume made it difficult for her to pinpoint my behavior specifically. But she did do that. Your server? You mean our server? Shut up. Are you even in my server, Pudgy? Get the fuck out of here. Get out. Get the fuck out of here. Ow, I'm getting like my ear is ringing. Sorry. Well, I won't share those messages. Oh, how convenient. Why wouldn't you share those messages? Wait, why? What's the point of... No. Well, I won't share those messages. Why? Why not? Why wouldn't you share those messages? I did acknowledge that my actions and behavior hurt her. Did you? Did you? I provided clarifications to her points, which she ignored, and I offered an apology to acknowledge her feelings and resolve things. However, she declined it. Weird that you're not just gonna show these messages. Why not? That's so weird that you would just paraphrase all of this when you have the ability to show those screenshots, to show those DMs, and you just go, I'm not gonna share those ones. Okay. That's very sus. That is very sus behavior. Despite my requests for specifics, both Jay and SAD-ist criticized me for my poor memory, black and white thinking, and my personal difficulty processing in conversations, which was extremely hurtful. Fucking cry about it. As both of them know, I struggle to express tone through text. Tone has nothing to do with this. After SAD-ist messaged me, Jay's attitude shifted noticeably. She also began to mention how my actions had hurt her. It's almost like people are starting to realize how controlling and manipulative you're behaving. If those DMs are anything to go off of. You are very controlling and manipulative. I can just tell. It seeps from those messages that we saw. If that is Zen presenting herself at her best, I can't imagine what she's like at her worst. She had initially agreed with me in taking accountability, but after SAD-ist confronted me, her stance seemed to change. It's almost like she received new information that changed her perspective. Yes, people can change their minds. How shocking. It is very weird to not show these logs, yet the others are in a Google Drive for... I did see that mentioned. Is there a Google Drive link here? Okay. So are there, like, screenshots just, like, not being shown? Here we go. Jesus Christ, these are named like shit, dude. Okay, we'll just start at the top. I'm assuming these are in order. Yeah, here we go. This with Jay, this with them, this with them. So we don't get to see the rest of their DM exchange, so it's not here in the drive. Okay, I don't... The fuck? Wait, I know I'm like spoiling myself here, but are we censoring kissing? Why is the kissing being censored? Okay, hold on. Alright, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Look, I'm fine with the poorly censored porn. Okay, it's fine. It's not gonna hurt anyone. As long as it's like censored. That is that what we're dealing with? Is that what we're dealing with here? Kissing? The audacity. Okay, where were we? When I asked both of them to list the jokes and comments, do you have a citation for that? Do you have a source for that? What specifically did I say, When was the last... You need to say the exact date, time, and the second that I made a bad joke. Fucking hell. I hate people like that. And also, this is all just testimony that could easily be proven by just showing the messages, but we're not seeing them yet. If they're provided later... Yaoi fan art artist turns out... God, why? It's the Stanley Parable. Okay. When I asked both of them to list the jokes and comments in chronological order, with time-stamped, with the dates and times. Jay said it was hard to pinpoint specifics. Yeah, it's always like that. Not everyone keeps, like, a meticulous list of, like, all the different things someone has done to harm them or make them uncomfortable. You fucking weirdo. Maybe you do that because you have, like, stalker tendencies, clearly. You know what? Fair. Fair, Laka. I can see it. Guys, like and share the stream. This led me to believe that their sudden outburst was influenced by my decision to address their associations openly. No, what it reads to me is like you've been hampering on this for months and they're getting sick of it. That's how it reads to me. I don't think... Yeah, it's like related, but it's like the breaking point. SAD-ist did not apologize for breaking the boundary we had agreed on for our initial break, or for the hurtful claims she directed at me. Wait, no. First of all, what agreed boundary? For breaking the initial boundary? For breaking the... What boundary? So the hurtful claims that she's referring to is the fact that SAD-ist called her a stalker and obsessive. Which... We saw in the DMs that SAD-ist did apologize for calling her obsessive. So this part is like half false. Or for the hurtful claim she directed at me, but we see her apologizing in those DMs. Or at least the ones that we can see. Since then, SAD-ist left our private server. Gee, I wonder why. And then NJ and I decided to remove the channels that contained our arguments. How fucking convenient is that? I just removed them. The evidence of all the things... So all of this is just moot, then. I don't have to believe anything you're saying here. I already am having a hard time believing you. So if you're not going to provide evidence, I don't have to believe anything you're saying here. While I understand that my behavior towards them may have contributed to my demotion and removal from SAD-ist server, for which I still deeply apologize. But I believe my decision to address their continued associations was the primary factor in my dismissal. No, bitch, it's because of your fucking behavior. May have. May have. They literally told you that was the reason, and you're like, no, it's because I'm calling you out for gross behavior. No. Discord was a mistake. You know, there is one thing that, like, so far, yes, we can blame SAD-ist for, and that's for making a 16-year-old a mod and then admin for your server. That was their big... You know, this whole thing could be blamed on SAD-ist just for that. But again, we need the proof that shows that SAD-ist was aware that they were a minor at the time of making them an admin. That's what we need. And that's something we still don't have. No concerns about my behavior or our relationships was raised before this, and there hadn't been any negative or uncomfortable moments around each other. Well, first of all, we don't know that because we can't see those interactions, so you could very well just be not acknowledging them or deciding to hide those interactions. And they probably didn't raise any of those issues with you before because they didn't realize they were issues until now. Sometimes people can look back in hindsight and be like, you know what? That shit you did was not kosher, dude. I agree that Discord should be 18+. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I remember I was helping my friends moderate a server because they asked me to like be an admin for them. And I wanted to make the server 18+, and they were like, no, keep it 13+. And I was like, are you sure? Because it's gonna be a bad idea. Ugh. God. In private conversations with other members for the server at the time, some shared the same sentiment that my act... She always returns to this like, see, other people agree with me. Other people agreed with me. Other people that you can't see. You can't see any of them, but they agree with me. These people I made up in my head agreed with me. Some shared the same sentiment that my actions were being used to overshadow the underlying problem. The underlying problem here is your actions. The voices agree with me. What's the server? I'm not... It probably doesn't even exist anymore. Because the game it revolved around is, like, long dead. Since the argument in May, I've greatly struggled with my mental health, which intensified with their names or the situation... When their names or the situation was mentioned. Oh, you poor fucking baby. You're 20. Dude, get a life. Discouraging me from reaching out for support. I lost friends. A community I had invested a great deal of effort into building. Building? Building? You were an admin. Well, I guess, I don't know. Is that enough to say that they were helping to build a community? You struggle with your mental health because you got banned from a Discord server. Jesus Christ. And damage to my character. What damage to your character? Now she's saying that they character assassinated her? If anything, this is character assassination so far. I don't know what all the other accusations are yet, but just based on what I'm seeing, this seems like character assassination more than the other way around. Eventually, I approached the admin who assisted SAD-ist in removing me. Assisted in removing you? They're making, like... She's making it out like it's this, like, huge conspiracy. This collusion to destroy her. When in reality it just sounds like, look, dude, you're being weird. You're being really parasocial. You're being controlling, and that shit's gotta stop. Oh, you're not gonna stop? You're gonna try and, like, demean us? Okay, we're just gonna kick you out. We're tired of your shit. That's what it sounds like. They got tired of your shit and kicked you out. Because you wouldn't let this, like, one thing go. This person sounds like they need to go outside. And by the way, the one thing that she's not getting over is the fact that SAD-ist was, like, following and sometimes interacting with people who might have been friends or associating with someone who might be a groomer. That's what we're talking about here. At least so far. Given my mental state... Wait, when I confronted them in June, I shared my side of the story and provided any evidence I could. Evidence that we're not gonna see. Given my mental state, I also opened up about the actions and behavior of both Jay and SAD-ist toward me and others behind the scenes. Specifically, when we were minors. So, this should have been the thing that they led with. We are 13 pages into this document, and we're only now getting to the serious stuff, I assume? Alright, so, ignore the rest of that stupid shit. The stuff before this was all fucking unnecessary. God, the way that this is written is so manipulative. This is like prepping you to already... They're like trying to prep you to already dislike SAD-ist by the time we get to like the serious shit. Or the serious accusations. Good lord. Alright, coming forward. Since 2021, which... they would have been 17 around that time. Since 2021, large content creator... This is weird. Large content creator SAD-ist. Just say SAD-ist. What's with the large content creator part? What does that mean? And admin, J. Graham NS, have exposed several minors in sexual, inappropriate conversations and media within private and staff spaces. Ooh, let's see it. On July 29th, 2021, after discovering that Jay had an NSFW Twitter account, I went to her DMs to request access. After discovering they had an NSFW Twitter account, I went to her DMs to request access. Being immature, I begged her to give me access to the account and would keep it secret. I was 16 at the time. Okay. But I thought you were 16 in 2020. So they were 16, as late as November of 2023. And so if they're still 16 in July, then that means, like, they would have just turned 16 when they were made, like, a moderator in this Discord. So it could be that they're 16 going on 17 at this point. Which she acknowledged and initially denied my request, which was the right decision. But after my slight persistent request, she eventually gave me access. Okay. I saw that tweet. So this is July 29th, 2021. I saw that tweet, eyeball emoji. No! Heh. I just want to draw something that isn't safe for work. Not gonna lie, for once, please. Anyway, go ahead. My account is anything but NSFW, but you know, man, dilemma. The people following me are not my age, and I'm... You know, yes. What? You could make another account. What if I told you I already had another? Ha 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 ha. Wait, please, let me follow. No, I don't even have drawings there. I'll have to make a new one. Okay. I made a fresh one. What do I do? Also, we don't know the ages of SAD-ist and Jay. How old are they? How old are SAD-ist and Jay? That's something that hasn't been established yet. Does anyone know how old SAD-ist is? You know what? I'm just gonna look it up. Give me a sec. Uh, 22. So they're not that much older. So... God, I'm being forced to do math right now. In 2021, they would have been 19, right? Okay. So no, SAD-ist was not a minor at the time. But I don't know how old Jay is. Yeah, you're right, Laka. 19 to 20 at the time. But this isn't involving SAD-ist, by the way. This is just Jay that we're talking about right now. Epic, gimme. J after dark NS, it's privated for now, lol. I see, spicy and, epic gamer. No, please, wait, man, wait, you're a minor, blocked. Okay, so, here, we have J acknowledging that Zen is a minor, and J is at least not a minor. No, your Twitter is now me and Alex arguing. Yes, I think it's not privated anymore. Wait, let me check. Yeah, it's not anymore. So... Okay. So it's not that he's giving this minor specifically access to his private Twitter. It's that he's unprivating the NSFW Twitter. Which is an odd move to make, like, as you're talking to the minor, for sure. But here, we have acknowledgement that Jay, in 2021, at least knew that Zen was a minor. So that is acknowledgement there. Okay, and then this is the same day. So this is them showing their Twitter. Jay, but not so safe for work. Jay, 18. So Jay was 18 at the time. Characters depicted will be age 18 plus. No minors allowed. Main account. Creative Moose NS. Spicy content? Me? Maybe. No minors allowed, but I'm special. The pain. I'm very mature. And I've been exposed to many things thanks to blank and my friends who read shit anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, but still, you're not 18. Yeah, I know. As long as you're comfy with it, I won't judge. It does wrong, though, because I'm always reminded of my age. You're not that old, you're 18. I'm okay with it. I forget we aren't the same age. That reminds me, ew, I'm 17 this year. I'm gonna be 19. So they're only like a year and a half apart. So it could be that in Jay's mind, he just saw like, well, you seem like, I guess since you're almost 18, it's fine. I don't know. But yeah, still wrong. Still wrong. So yeah, that's a wrong on Jay's part. Although, hold on a second. Hang on. Let's pay attention to Jay's wording here. So this is after Zen says, I've been exposed to many things thanks to blank and my friend who reads shit anywhere and everywhere. There's nowhere here where Jay is explicitly saying, okay, you can look at my Twitter account. You know, he's not saying that. He's saying, as long as you're comfy with it, I won't judge. It does wrong, though, because I'm always reminded of my age. That could be Jay saying that they don't judge Zen being exposed to this stuff? Or, like, being, like, porn-brained? It could just be them saying, I won't judge. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are saying, like, I'm going to allow you to look at my NSFW stuff. But, again, Jay should have definitely been more firm here and said, no, please don't follow my Twitter account because you're a minor. There's definitely, like, too playful of a nature here. Romeo and Juliet laws... Yeah, Romeo and Juliet... Like, I should specify. Romeo and Juliet laws do not apply to the internet. Romeo and Juliet laws only apply to two minors engaging in sexual activity. Yeah, you're right, Vlad. But Romeo and Juliet laws do not apply to the internet. There's a very bold line, I should say, when it comes to that. If you're not 18 yet, no porn. No sexual stuff. At least not with adults. Actually, no, with kids. No porn with... even if you're just sharing it between yourselves, that's still illegal. There's a very concrete line there. Yeah, I know, Vlad. I'm just saying that I understand it, too. I'm unsure when the channels were created, but we had a private section in a staff-exclusive server called Frown, which I no longer have access to. How convenient. So this is all testimony, then? Those with access included Jay, SAD-ist, both adults at the time, myself, and another minor. Within this private section, we had conversations and engaged in inappropriate content. I no longer have access to the server following my demotion, but I have saved some screenshots. Okay. From this private section, quote channel, to look at our interactions. Bob T. SAD-ist was Jay. John B. Masochist was SAD-ist. I was Z, and the other minor shared a nickname almost everyone was called at the time. Eret, son of Eret. The screenshots were originally taken by Jay, who sent them to our private server, giving me the ability to save them. But if you're not Okay. But I thought you weren't in the private server anymore. A little confusing, but alright. Okay, so this is Jay. Wait a minute, in 2022. So hold on. The other minor... Okay, so they would have been 17 going on 18 at this time. This is like exactly a year later. That's crazy. So they would have been, yeah, 17 going on 18. Why does it pause on the condom frame? Eret, son of Eret, you can compose me. SAD-ist. Butt sub. Okay. Aren't those just soggy titties? What if the ghost was a child? Even better. I don't get it. We are spreading crack. I want him so deep. October 15th of 2022. I want to push him a little harder against the wall. We don't know when, like, what SAD-ist, or we don't know what Zen's birthday is exactly, but we're getting to the point where they should be 18 by now, most likely. I guess in Jay's case, they're all so close in age. That's definitely a great, because like no porn is being shared here. It's just sex jokes. And because there's only like a year and a half age difference from them. It's like that meme where the guy's yelling at the guy and he's like, she was she was 17 years old, 364 days, and 12 hours old, you sicko. It seems just like a lot of people that are very close in age making sex jokes. This reads like they were all watching porn in a VC. Well, I hope they weren't, because that would be illegal if they were. Yeah, that was the SVU meme. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. Feeding while breeding. I will inhale you, sir. I'm gonna snort you. So it all seems like... I think it kind of sucks that teens are gonna teen, and you can't just expect them to not be dumb. Yeah, because 18, 19 are still teens. So, like, if they're all around the age range of 17, 18, 19, I don't think all of them, like, having sex jokes. As long as they're not sharing pornography with each other, I don't think that's necessarily that bad. Especially if you take into consideration that Jay might have also been a minor when Zen was a minor, so they might have known each other while both of them were still minors. It was common for them to stream themselves drawing NSFW in the voice channels of the private section of the staff server. The screenshots below were both taken on November 13th. I was freshly 18, however the other minor was still present. Well, who's the other minor, and, like... do we even see the other minor in any of these screenshots? So who was the other minor? Eret, son of Eret. There's like one... oh, okay, here it is. Why does it pause on the condom frame? You know what? Oh, you know what? I just saw that, Beetle. I sure hope they weren't watching porn in VCs. That would be really bad. It's not that bad, but it does leave you vulnerable to creeps if you do it in the wrong communities. Yeah. No, you're right. But this is happening in, like, a private server, Vlad. This isn't happening in, like, their big community server. So I don't know this other, like, minor. I don't know how old they are. And also... okay, yeah, that's porn. When was this? Whores only. Ah, okay, so this is 11/13/2022. Lamau, hi Zen. Now, did they know this other person was a minor? Oh, I didn't know. Been hard to sit down. Wait. Did you get your ass railed, Vlad? Does it hurt to sit down? Let's skip this song. Skip this one too. Probably pooped too hard. SAD-ist also posted an animated makeout segment in Frown's public simping channel where multiple minors could view it. Some even used it as matching profile pictures. The simping chat was removed sometime after. I always question the simping area in the Frown server, but it's a lot. There's a whole section that's private and you can't see. That's just them kissing. So I don't know the extent of this makeout thing. And I also don't know, like, again, you kind of have to, like, prove in Frown's public simping chat. Wait a minute. This is a staff-exclusive server called Frown. Those with access, myself, and one other minor. So... okay. Kissing, scary. I don't... Is a makeout animation, like, pornographic? They might be playing with each other's swords, that's what it looks like. I mean, if that shit is happening and it's implied, if they knew... Okay, I will make it very clear. If they were aware that minors were around and seeing this shit, then that's bad. I mean, you can just say, yeah, cut that shit out. Don't be, like, showing this kind of shit to minors. But... the doc maker turns 18 in 2022. Yeah, so by November, they're already 18. But we don't know the ages of, like, the other minors in question. If they're, like, 17, almost turning 18, or they're, like, 13, we don't know. Our activities within the hidden staff space violated server rules and boundaries. What? While still a minor, I created these channels with... What? What server rules and boundaries? As I was one of the few who had permissions to do so, created an environment that is now recognized as an unsafe space, where adults and minors were encouraged to engage in NSFW topics. Did I tell you some minor tried to get me to go at Jack's for shit they had absolutely no proof? That sounds about right. On May 23rd, 2022, Jay created a private Discord group chat, initially inviting SAD-ist and the other minor. In this chat, they engaged more actively than in the private section, which was primarily used for VC after the group chat's creation. Despite now having a private chat, staff areas were still being used to engage in inappropriate content. So what we have, Stan Stanley Pseudo's Markiplier OF for charity. And then Jay added blank to the group. I can assume that this is a minor. Hi, hello. Okay. Before I joined, NSFW imagery was shared and discussions on inappropriate topics were engaged in. It is important to note that the other minor, who is much younger than me, was present when this... What was their age exactly? Why don't you just say what their age was? Oh, they were 13. Oh, they were 14. This is very vague. How much younger? I guess it doesn't matter. If they're sharing porn with minors, yeah, it's already illegal, regardless of the age gap. In short, the group chat was filled with various NSFW content. Jay was the first to share NSFW art while acknowledging the presence of the minor. Acknowledging the presence of the minor. The image was spoiled but was still sent and accessible. Okay, well, blank is gone. I can send this one. I tried to cut off the thing. This is NSFW. Okay. You make me... Oh, fudge, you make me want to draw stuff. Huh, yes. Huh. And then they were added a couple of days, like a week later. Where is them acknowledging... It just acknowledges what, like, they're not here. It doesn't acknowledge, like, oh, while the miner's away, we shall play. It's just like, oh, they're gone, I can send one. I guess that could be acknowledgement that they know that they're a miner, but it's really vague. So Jay added Zen to the group. Hi, welcome. Hello. Hello, I like DILFs and MILFs. Okay. Since then, everyone in the group chat got involved in NSFW content, including NSFW audio, drawings, writings, and general discussions. Jay and SAD-ist were the most active while sharing and engaging in NSFW content while aware of our ages. Well, then you need to prove that SAD-ist was aware of your ages. Because we already... Okay, we know that Jay is aware of their ages. Or at least we know that Jay is aware of Zen's age. But we don't know yet if SAD-ist was aware of their ages. There has been no proof of that yet. SAD-ist has sent straight up animated porn that we as minors were exposed to. So yeah, that's porn. That's porn. That's porn. But by this time, or at least by this time, they would have already been 18. But okay, that's porn. That's porn. Half the canvas. Haha. Yes, yes, yes. I am calm. More porn. Porn. God, why porn? But there is no acknowledgement that SAD-ist is aware that there are minors in the chat. Yes, this is another art community thing. Wait, why are you blurring out what the miner is saying? What? I tried to move and literally could not move. Like, even if I had my arms restrained, I could not move. Then the guy's tendrils start to, like, drag me along my inner thigh. Okay, just... Ew, gross. Why are you blurring out what the miner is saying? You're already blurring out their name. The fuck? I guess it doesn't really matter what the miner is saying, but still. Oh, this is... Still, there's no acknowledgement, like any, like, concrete acknowledgement. Stop, Vlad, stop. Yeah, somewhere around, November, yeah. God, what a clusterfuck. Guys, like the stream. Thank you. Still, there's no concrete acknowledgement that Jay... Like, there's proof that Jay was... Again, there's proof that Jay was aware of Zen's age at this time. But there is no proof that Jay was aware of the other minor's age, or that SAD-ist was aware of either of their ages at this point. We don't know if SAD-ist was aware of their age. While discussing her sexual dream, I can see that, Jay mentioned some of the reasons that led to her dream occurring. She also directly told the minor, "It's your shadow demon's time to shine," implying that she wanted the minor to experience a similar dream, or at the very least, encourage them to experience similar. My anger and stress... Wait, it's your shadow demon's time to shine. I don't fucking know. It's July 9th, 2022 at... yeah, it's around the same time. I think it's because I raged before I slept. See, the problem with censoring what the minor is saying is that it's possible the minor could be... Like, either they're saying something that could verify what you're showing here, or it could disprove it, right? It's dumb. It does matter what the minor said to see how they're being treated there. Yeah, the minor might be saying they aren't a minor, or at least making some kind of implication that they're both adults. That's the thing, and that's why hiding what the minor is saying is very bad. Because it could be showing that the minor is saying something like, ah, yes, adult stuff, as we adults do all the time, fellow adults. Or they could be saying, hey, I'm a minor, in some capacity. We don't know. Based on the last oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Based on the last message sent in our group chat on April 23rd, 2023, Jay created a Discord server for us to hang out in. I would have been 18 around this time. Around the time of his... Well, yeah, duh, it's April. NSFW content was regularly shared and encouraged from that group until the argument in May of 2024. I felt uncomfortable about the fact that the NSFW channel was named after the youngest member of the server, but how old were they, though? How old? Were they still a minor at this time? Or were they also an adult at this time? It's very weird that they're not telling you how old the other minor is. They're just saying, oh yeah, they were much younger than me. But how young? Again, we don't know. There's a lot of, like, information that's being hidden here that makes this very suspicious. Again, no acknowledgement that they even knew this person was a minor. I continued to participate in NSFW conversations largely due to Jay and SAD-ist's influence. Ah, yes. I was groomed to keep participating in NSFW conversations with other minors. As well as the normal... So, isn't it safe to argue that if you were normalized into behaving this way around minors, isn't it safe to say that maybe they could have also been normalized into behaving this way around minors? Sad. You're getting flagged for fraudulent activity on YouTube. Oh, that's hilarious. Vlad, maybe it's all the booze you buy. This is interesting. So, after they became an adult, they still engaged themselves in NSFW conversations with minors and excuse it with, well, it was their influence, it was normalized to me. But couldn't we make the same argument for SAD-ist or Jay that maybe they were also influenced into this and had it normalized to them? So why do you get a pass for this and they don't? So aren't you just admitting here that you continued to do the same shit that they did to another minor? These discussions often revolved around excessive simping. That's not pornographic, but alright. Character details or information, and ideas for content such as drawings and fanfiction. NSFW content was not limited to the NSFW category. It would be engaged in all parts of the server, especially in the voice channels. It is important to note that nothing shared in any of the servers or group chats was sexual in terms of personal relationships, and that not all interactions involved NSFW. Okay. At some point, another minor joined the private server. At first, a separate category was created to shield them from the shared NSFW content, but that was removed shortly after, granting them access to everything. So, how old was this minor? It won't let you be horny anymore. Data sucks. Help. It won't let you be horny anymore. Shaking my head. Also, I forgot both of you have sus tweets. Ahaha, I've been missing so much content. Aren't you followed? The Forbidden GC. DNI Minors Maps. DSMP. MC YouTube. What? So it's a screenshot of, like, a bio? My god. Yeah, it'd be great if there was any, like, proof that we could follow and understand. At first, separate... So, again, this person is acknowledging that as an adult, they still continued to do the same shit with other minors that they're condemning SAD-ist and Jay for doing. Why do you get a pass for this, Zen? But I was gonna send in the super chat, Dear art people, stop writing Google Docs, they're cringe and dumb, and the only person that's ever gonna read it is random autists like Enlaa. Amen! True. That is very true. Several minors outside of the private server were exposed to their NSFW and suggestive content. But yours too. Yours too. because you said that you were also engaging in this stuff as an adult with minors. So it's not just them, it's you too at this point. While I was still staff in SAD-ist server, there was an incident where a member created a ticket to report that Jay's NSFW Twitter account, red acted user, was publicly accessible. Similarly, SAD-ist's alternative account, Bucket Brainrot, which was also publicly accessible, contained a mix of safe for work, not safe for work, and suggestive content. Minors in SAD-ist server have previously shared their safe for work content, inadvertently exposing themselves and others to not safe for work material. Wait, what? Minors in SAD-ist server had previously shared her safe for work content, inadvertently exposing themselves and others to not safe for work material due to the lack of boundaries? So wait, because they shared art from her safe for work Twitter, that somehow exposes them to her not safe for work Twitter? What? But Vlad content. Honestly, if you want my honest opinion, I think as long as you say on like your, if you have an NSFW Twitter account and you post like NSFW art there, if you have in your bio, you know, minors aren't allowed here, in my opinion, I think that's good enough. I think that covers your ass enough. If you want to go the extra mile, yeah, you can block like minors that follow you, but you're never gonna perfectly be able to block every single minor from seeing your NSFW content. Yeah, I don't know, this feels repeated. Both accounts were created under false personas to prevent others from associating their content with their identities. Okay. Were those NSFW accounts attached to their safe for work accounts, though? Although both accounts have been seemingly deactivated, Twitter search results still bring up some replies and mentions of their usernames. Okay, and? I understand that both public NSFW accounts contained do not interact warnings, and it's not entirely their fault when people go against them. However, it's hypocritical to establish such boundaries publicly while simultaneously sharing NSFW content privately with minors. I mean, I guess, but again, you still haven't shown that SAD-ist was aware that any of them were minors. You still have yet to prove that. Make them pay for 18+. That's a good idea. I think that's what OnlyFans is for. That's a good way to filter out a lot of minors, is just make it like a paywall. Their influence over me at a young age and their power dynamics within our friendship led to me to view NSFW as normal. How do you know that they didn't also view it as normal? Where I continue to engage— But like, you already knew it wasn't normal though. This is, I don't know if I fully believe this whole, like, I was normalized to it. I was normalized to it. Because they were already acknowledging in those DMs with Jay that, like, yeah, I know the power dynamic argument again. It's so dumb. They were already acknowledging that, like, oh, I know minors aren't allowed to look at this stuff, but I'm a special exception, right? You wanted to be an exception to the rule because you wanted to be special. It's not that you were normalized to it, it's that you felt like you were part of the boys. You were part of the special group. Looking back, I understand. Oh wait. Well, I barely shared suggestive or NSFWR. Well, we don't know that because you're only showing very cherry-picked things. I still actively participated in conversations and encouragement. Looking back, I understand that my involvement in those NSFW topics after turning 18 was completely inappropriate, especially being aware of the ages and maturity levels of those around me. I see the impact of my actions more clearly, and I regret— So why are you— So it's like, honestly, there's more proof so far that Zen was knowingly sharing porn with minors than there is of SAD-ist knowingly sharing porn with minors. The comfort I felt within those friendships does not excuse my actions. That's what it comes down to. You wanted to be part of the group. It's not that you had these things normalized to you, and that you just didn't know what you were doing was wrong. It's that you just wanted to be part of the team. So she magically realized what she's doing is wrong when she turned 18. Yeah, where's the part where you realized, oh my god, this is bad? As I turned of age, I should have been more mindful and upheld the responsibility to ensure the safety of those around me who were younger. I take full accountability for my actions as an adult. But it's still SAD-ist's fault. Like, every time they preface it with this, like, their influence over me. The power dynamic. It was their influence, that's why I did the things I did. But I also take full accountability for it. But it's also not my fault. It's interesting that Zen only spoke out about all this after they were banned and kicked out from the Discord. It's almost like they're doing it now. Even if these people did do wrong, the motives here are very transparent. What concerns me the most— shut the fuck up. What concerns me the most is that Jay and SAD-ist behavior continued from 2021 through to June 2024. But so did yours, involving multiple minors from various friend groups, including former and current staff members of SAD-ist's server. Both were fully aware of our ages. You gotta prove that. You have to prove that. You have to prove that SAD-ist was aware of your age. Yet they failed to uphold their responsibilities as adults. So did you. Instead, they enabled and encouraged this behavior, fostering a space where minors were involved inappropriately. God. Is it intentional for SAD-ist to also be read as sadist? I think so, yeah. It's also meant to be read as satisfied as well. In full. I felt uneasy— oh wait. Coming back to the Grimmer's removal from the SAD-ist server, I reached out to Jay privately to seek clarification about our behavior in the private server that include minors, especially since I had turned 18. I felt uneasy about what had taken place and began to doubt my actions and others. Jay reassured me that what we were doing was seemingly okay as it didn't cross lines of grooming or malicious intent, which did little to ease my concerns. Deep down, something still felt very off. Zen, why didn't you just block them? It's so easy to just block people online. This is the internet. If you felt like something was off, you should have just blocked them. It's so easy to just disconnect and cut the line, isn't it? Or maybe it's just not that easy. Deep down, something still felt very off given her and SAD-ist's influence and exposure to me at a young age. I took their advice without question and did not further discuss those concerns. Okay. You know, sometimes I look at these, and so this is July 21st, 2023, so they're 18 going on 19 at this point. I'd be so mad if the proof she knew is somehow at the very end of the doc. These are things that you have to start with at the beginning of your document. You know, sometimes I look at these and ask myself if I'm also an issue. If I'm also an issue because of our server with blank and blank in it, like, I don't like it when it happens with others, but, like, it's different? So this is you, Zen, making excuses for yourself as well. Don't act like you're not a part of this because you are. You're just as involved with this as Jay is. Me too, I worry about it sometimes. So it's like they know that what they're doing is wrong, but they kept doing it anyway. But Zen is trying to frame it like, oh no, it was their influence over me that made me do this. It made me share porn with the minors after I became an adult. I prefer this to draining shit out of my basement. I'm glad to hear it, Vlad. I'm glad to know that I'm at least slightly more entertaining than draining shit. Hashtag me too. Actually, I know I worry about it all the time. Then why did you do it? That's a good question. So this is at least showing that Jay was aware of their ages. Our arguments about adults sharing content with minors regardless of consent is bad, but we do it? Wait. Yeah. I've been reflecting on it a lot recently, I guess, because blank may remember, but it's different? I guess we're skewed because of bias. IDK, how to explain? Same, but I think it's like blank and blank. Oh, something was cut out here. Interesting. There's a bit of a gap here where some context was taken out of this conversation. Same, but I think it's like blank and blank, know the channel is there and proceed with caution. We don't ping them or directly message them about it. This is cope. This is cope. I wouldn't say what we're doing is bad, but it is weird. Blank is almost 18, and sometimes I forget blank is like, what, 15? IDK how to word it. Yeah, I get it, IDK man, as long as it doesn't end up like blank, which I highly doubt it will, then for the most part it's only dubious, morally wrong, probably. I feel guilty. We've cut back on that content, only excessive simping, really. So... you're both acknowledging that what you're doing is wrong, and you're just massively coping to yourselves right now. But again, this doesn't implicate SAD-ist knowing their ages at all. This is just Jay so far. Yeah, now it's an extra minor. After this small discussion, I made an effort to be more cautious, but I, irresponsibly, still engaged in... So you acknowledge that what you're doing is wrong, but you're still doing it! You're just as bad as Jay! While the sharing of content in channels decreased, conversations and creation continued, particularly in the voice chats and its mute channel, which I no longer have access to. Like the other minors who turned of age, I too engage in NSFW topics in the private space around a still minor. I do not blame the others for continuing, as I recognize the behavior has been normalized by Jay and SAD-ist. Again, it's like, yeah, I did it too, but it's their fault. God, the lack of true accountability here. It seems like they're only covering their ass here because they know that people like me would bring it up. The behavior continued up until our conflict, which at the time most people stopped talking in the server entirely. I reached out to the admin, who later confronted Jay and SAD-ist about their behavior around minors. This led to Jay suddenly blocking me on all platforms, removing and erasing channels where NSFW was engaged in. I thought you said you erased those channels. On July 19, 2024, I approached the admin again with concerns regarding the erasure and removal of channels and permissions. So this is 2 months after they got banned. So they're still hampering on about this. Oh yeah, you totally don't have obsessive obsessive tendencies, dude. This happened suddenly after the admin had confronted Jay and SAD-ist about their interactions with minors, which seemed very suspicious on me and the admin's end. The admin later responded, claiming that Jay and I had previously agreed to remove those channels when removing others that contained our argument in May, which is not the case, but you said that was the case. You said you removed them. Despite providing evidence, the admin accepted Jay's word without question and did not reply to my message. What proof? What proof? What evidence? Are we gonna see the evidence? So this is August 4th, 2024, like 3 months after their admin privileges were removed. Hey Zen, we discussed the timing of you not being able to view message history, and it turns out that Jay had already talked to you about archiving some of the chats before everything had happened. Well, that doesn't say anything. That is incredibly vague. We don't know what this is referring to at all. May 26th was when Jay, Graham, and I agreed to remove channels that contained our arguments, such as the vent channels in the general chat. Yeah, we already know that, but that's not like them covering shit up. I archive stuff that's not going to be used anymore. Just tell me what to add. So that's back in May. I don't fucking know. She's trying to set up this, like, oh, they were trying to cover up their wrongdoings shit. But the evidence just doesn't show that. Alright, the image below is a screenshot of a screen recording. Hang on. Hold on, let me find a good song. There we go. The image below is a screenshot of a screen recording I took on June 27th, 2024. a full month after the removal of certain channels containing our conflict. So wait, we're back to the argument again? This isn't about the NSFW? So is this about the argument that happened that got you banned? These channels had content in them and were accessible to me at the time. The recording was made to gather evidence of NSFW interactions, specifically in the private group chat. Okay. Search Zen. I'm so confused. So wait, what is this supposed to be? Okay, we'll just see. So the server's called Raisins. Zen, safe for public, art from others. NSFW, NSF public, do not open. NSFW art, minor, fuck off. NSFW art from others. Mau Mau's media or something, mute chat, music. I don't understand what this is supposed to convey to us. The cropping here is just bad. I'm so confused. On August 4th, 2024, I noticed that many channels had been wiped. Oh, so it's supposed to be like before and after. Okay. On August 4th, 2024, I noticed that many channels had been wiped and my permissions to access some were removed. At that point, I realized I hadn't recorded all channels because my focus during the original recording was on... So, August 4th was during this. So this screenshot is on July 27th. And then I assume that this screenshot is after August 4th, but I don't know. Okay. So is this just Jay trying to say, like... Good point, Vlad. Is all of this just Zen trying to say that, like, oh look, see, they removed stuff after it was called out, so that means they're guilty? It's like, okay, sure, all right. Would you prefer that they didn't remove stuff after they were asked to not have them anymore? I'm so confused. Who took... See, like, it's a lose-lose situation when you do shit like this, right? Because if you don't remove it, they're gonna say, oh look, they don't care. But if you remove it, they're gonna say, oh look, they're trying to hide it. So confusing. I'm getting so tired of this. What Jay claimed to the admin, who took her word for it despite the evidence I provided, was false. The channels and their content remained after we had agreed to remove some, only being cleared after the admin's confrontation. After this, communication with the admins was slow, as everyone was dealing with their personal lives and the emotional impact of the situation. What emotional impact? You got banned from a Discord server. If there's any emotional impact, it's yours. Because you have no life. Oh my god. The admin mentioned that the first step to moving forward officially was for Jay and SAD-ist to apologize to me for the content they exposed to me while a minor, as one of their victims. You still have to prove that SAD-ist was aware of your age. Yeah, sure, you proved that Jay was aware of your age, and that's bad on Jay for exposing you to that stuff while knowing you were a minor. But you haven't proven that SAD-ist was aware. I know you could, Vlad. I think anyone could. Contact with the admin completely stopped on August 22nd. The issue remains unsolved. Oh. God, who cares? Fucking hell, dude. Their admission and cover-up. See? I knew they were going for the cover-up angle. September 19th, 2024, the admin finally messaged me, confirming that SAD-ist and Jay had admitted to everything I had stated regarding the NSFW interactions with minors. Okay. The admin confirmed. They confirmed that SAD-ist and Jay had admitted to everything. Yeah, then show it. There's no admission here. Where's the admission? So is this the admin talking? Now to my conclusion of 3 months of investigation. Oh my god. Discord investigators, dude. Jesus Christ. SAD and Jay admitted to everything you had said they had done and stopped sharing NSFW. Now, I know that none of this is new information, since you basically already knew everything from my updates. Which is why, so Zen basically had a mole in, like, the friend groups and in the server. Like, yeah, that's not stalker or obsessive at all, dude. You've been, like, hampering on this for half a year. That's definitely not obsessive, dude. The admission is right there, somewhere. I like how they just exposed the admin. Yeah, so why have you been calling them the admin this whole time? If you're just gonna name drop them now. What? Why didn't you just call them, like, Rubik's or something? And why did you censor their name from screenshots if you were just gonna, like, name drop them here? I don't understand. What? Wait, I'm so confused. God damn. I need water. Hold on. God. What a clusterfuck. This is the best part. I requested a screenshot to confirm their admission, but the admin, Rubik's Cube, more commonly known as Blake in SAD-ist server, ignored my request. Along with informing me of their admission. So you just have confirmation bias here. Someone told you that it happened, so you're just going to immediately believe that it happened. Because it's revenge time, Enlaa. It was at that point that Blake began to shift the narrative, placing the blame on me while defending the actions of SAD-ist and Jay. The three of them began trying to hide the situation from the public, specifically the staff in SAD-ist server. Blake mentioned that at the request of the other 2 victims involved. They decided to keep everything hidden to protect their privacy and respect their boundaries. I understood their perspective, and clearly you didn't. I had previously made it clear that this document would focus on my experiences without revealing their identities or details. The decision to speak up is theirs. After waiting months for a response, Blake confirmed they were now prioritizing the other 2 victims, dismissing our months of discussion. Yeah, because it really doesn't matter, dude. You went from being, like, kind of like... You went to, like, from being a minor to being a perpetrator. So of course they're gonna prioritize the other 2 minors that are still, like, victims. And also because you're the one who's acting, like, obsessive and weird about it. The support they had provided me throughout the situation also vanished. Blake stated that what Graham and SAD-ist did to us minors was wrong. And what you did. And what you did. You're in this equation too, Zen. You also did this stuff to the other minors. So they are your victims as well. I think this person is bitter and jealous that they got, like, that they lost their admin privileges. I think that's what this boils down to. But because they admitted to it, corrected their behavior, and apologized to the other 2 victims, which we're not gonna see any evidence for, it was seemingly okay. Blake implied that they and the other victims seemed to accept that as a resolution. However, I did not receive an apology or acknowledgement of my experience at the time. It's always about you, isn't it? I guess it is, the document is about their experiences, but seriously did cry about it. The conversation continued with Blake stating, because, like, you recognized, let's get this clear, Zen. You, as an adult, when you had already recognized that what you were doing, what you and Jay specifically were doing was wrong, you continued to keep doing it to other minors. So I'm sorry, I don't exactly feel bad for you in this case. I'm so sorry you didn't get an apology because you sent porn to other minors. Boo-hoo. I love it when people say the victims as if they're just Pokemon instead of just citing them by name or by handle. Yeah. Blake asserted... Oh, wait, where... Where was I? The conversation continued with staff stating the staff... With Blake stating the staff would work to uncover the identities of the victims. So they don't even know the identities? Which had not been done in the past situations that had been shared with the staff. Despite Blake's desire to keep the identities of those affected private, they were actively seeking out other minors I mentioned, while claiming to protect their anonymity. This felt extremely hypocritical. Blake justified this behavior by stating they wanted to get all sides of the story, disregarding the other victims' privacy and placing the blame on me for failing to mention others. And we get no screenshots for any of this. Gotta go get my Vita ball for my next victim. Gotta catch them all. Yeah. Blake asserted that the other victims involved would be erased from my document narrative, creating the false impression that I am the sole victim, which is not true. I mean, there's not a whole lot of evidence to suggest that, like, the alternative here. I previously made it clear that I would not disclose explicit details about the others affected. Then don't make accusations on their behalf, dude. You're making accusations on their behalf saying, oh yeah, these guys were definitely inappropriate with other minors too. And then you don't wanna, like, provide evidence or proof for it. Then leave it out. Leave it out of your fucking document if you don't want to back up the accusation. I have not revealed, nor do I intend to reveal their identities, but I still acknowledge that their presence. I still acknowledge their presence in the situation, as they too are victims. Don't try to make some kind of solidarity with them, because they are also your victims, dude. Because you've acknowledged that you have also victimized them equally as much as Jay did. It upsets me that Blake would go this far to degrade my character. Cry about it. At this point of our on and off discussion, Blake began to refer to me as a perpetrator. Because you are! Because you literally are also a perpetrator in this case. How do you cover this without a gun in your mouth? Good question, dude. As stated before, I am not innocent. I have engaged in NSFW interactions with them as I came of age, just as they did. However, not once have I denied my actions. No. You just blamed your actions on other people. I openly admitted my participation when I first confronted Blake, who acknowledged that such behavior has been normalized for me, which we're not going to see any evidence of. Okay. Yeah, I know, it's so extra, dude. I did not know what was right or wrong at the time. You did! But you did! You showed us! What, we're on 26? Okay, let's scroll back up. They knew! This is Zen. This is a screenshot of Zen knowing that what they're doing is wrong and having bad feelings about it. And they're just coping about it here. Like, what do you say? I wouldn't say what we're doing is bad, but it's weird. They're just coping. Like, you're getting a bad feeling. Like, I don't like it when it happens to others, but, like, it's different? I ask myself if I'm also an issue because of our server foot. So here you're showing that you have awareness that you perpetuating this behavior is wrong, but continue to do it just because you want to be part of the group. But then, like, down here you're like, oh yeah, I didn't know what was right or wrong. It's like, obviously you did. So I'm sorry, but yes, you are a perpetrator here. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings to be called a perpetrator, but that is what it is. I'm just saying facts, man. And I'm using your evidence. I told on myself the document, basically. Labeling me as a perpetrator is deeply hurtful. Oh, so sorry. that you're being labeled as a perpetrator because of the stuff that you did. It undermines both my victimhood and the severity of their actions, of Jay's and SAD-ist's actions. You haven't even established that SAD-ist was aware of any minor's age or presence. You haven't established that at all. Asked admin for help, mad when admin finds them in the wrong. Equating my experience with theirs invalidates me as a victim. Yeah, sure, you can say that you were affected by Jay's actions. But you, again, you haven't but this is about SAD-ist. Primarily. Their name is, like, plastered on this. And you haven't proven that they did this stuff knowing your age at the time. This shift is unsettling. As a victim. Especially given Blake's initial support. Just fucking boo-hoo about it, dude. I don't care. You did the same shit they did. You have about as many excuses as they do. In fact, SAD-ist has a better excuse than you do, because right now they still have deniability. You don't. What is this? You? What is this cropped screenshot? Who's saying this? And erasing them completely from your narrative will make you seem like the only victim when you are both the victim and the perpetrator. So here, I assume this is Blake saying this. Blake is acknowledging that they are both a victim and a perpetrator, which is 100% true. I'm sorry if being called a perpetrator is hurtful to you, but it does not take away from the fact that you're also a victim of at least Jay's actions. It can be both. It can be both. You are both a victim and a perpetrator. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. You are no better than them. Let's see. I was not aware that one of them had told you that this was a false allegation. What? From what I have gathered, that is certainly untrue. However, you invalidated them as victims. Your victims. For trying to talk it out with you. Have you apologized to them? I mean, that's a good question. Has Zen apologized to the victims? Yeah, that's true, Vlad. They don't want things to end this way. They shouldn't be forced to take the fall as victims because you can afford to run away from the consequences with a new account. I spent 3 months getting your side, Jay and Sad's side, and Blank's side, and I will spend 3 more to get anyone else you failed to mention because the whole point of me being involved was to make... Don't know, because it's entirely cropped out. We don't get to know what Blake was saying. We don't get the whole context. How unfortunate. I don't know who Graveyard is. Graveyard says, I had my complete trust in her. Zen says, I never thought it was wrong until the blank thing, which is in a screenshot above. That's when I became aware. Back in, what was it again? When did you become aware that what you were doing was wrong? July 21st, 2023, and yet you still continued to engage in it anyway? What would this even be called? Grooming? Doesn't excuse my participation in it after I became an adult, though. And yet you've spent this entire Google Doc trying to excuse your participation in it and saying, like, how hurtful it is that you're also a perpetrator. I'm sorry your feelings got hurt, but you're a perpetrator. You were also a victim too, Zen. And they didn't necessarily do it to gain something, IDK. You thought it was normal. Shut the fuck up, both of you. Regarding the first screenshot, which I won't detail to respect the privacy of those involved, one of the victims I confided in claimed that my narrative about Jay and SAD-ist was skewed. They stated that no one would believe me and compared it to... They said all this shit about me, but I'm not gonna show the screenshot. Oh my god. Dude, this reeks of BPD. How long is this document? What the fuck? It's 38 pages, and most of it is pointless. Chris, you won't believe the bullshit like the first 13 pages were. Let me just break it down to you. This person, this Zen person making this document, the first accusation they levied at this SAD-ist person is that they were loosely associated with people that might have been loosely associated with someone that might have been a groomer. That was the first accusation. And like a lot of, like there were so many parts where like, I'm just gonna tell you what they said to me, but I'm not gonna show you the screenshot. And they're making claims that SAD-ist was like knowingly sharing NSFW with minors, but they haven't even proven that SAD-ist was aware of any minors being, like any minors present. They keep saying in this document, oh yeah, SAD-ist knew our ages. They knew our ages. They knew everybody's ages, but then they don't show proof of that anywhere. There was a part in here, where was it? Where they say their admission and cover-up. The admin, which is like Blake. Blake finally messaged me, confirming that SAD-ist and Jay had admitted to everything I had stated regarding the NSFW interactions with minors. I requested a screenshot to confirm their admission, but the admin, Blake, ignored my request. So, they don't even have proof of this apparent admission, but it's still in the document as if it's real. My god. And like this part, regarding the first screenshot, which I won't detail to respect the privacy of those involved, one of the victims, so this screenshot, so this isn't Blake. Fuck, sorry, I've been going for too long. This isn't Blake, this is another victim? I don't know. I don't even know at this point. Which I won't detail to respect the privacy of those involved. One of the victims I confided in claimed that my narrative about Jay and SAD-ist was skewed. They stated that no one would believe me and compared it to a situation involving false allegations, which is not the case here. Dude, this sounds like a fun BPD doc. Yeah, it's been so frustrating. They said all this nasty stuff to me that no one would believe me, but I'm just not gonna show them saying that. I respected the decision of the other victims to not discuss the situation further due to its emotional impact. By Blake's reasoning, others who engage in NSFW topics after turning of age could also be labeled perpetrators. Yes! Yes! Zen, you continued to share NSFW with other minors after you turned 18. That makes you a perpetrator. What community made this? I'm gonna guess Smash or DeviantArt. It's way worse. It's Dream SMP. And animatic artists. It's way worse. Oh my god. Oh no, the final ring of internet hell. By Blake's reasoning, others who engage in NSFW topics after turning of age could also be labeled perpetrators, despite the normalization. So they keep saying, oh yeah, I've taken full accountability for my involvement as an adult, sharing porn with minors. But like, it's not my- but like, don't call me a perpetrator because it's not my fault. Fucking hell. In many environments we shared with Jay and SAD-ist, Blake initially acknowledged this normalization but has since contradicted themselves, using it to cast me in a negative light. Maybe it's because they got new information that changed their perspective on you. Maybe like the screenshots above where you were talking about how you felt like this was wrong, and you felt iffy about what you were doing, and yet you were trying to cope about it and do it anyway. Fucking hell. Like the stream, guys. For my sanity. I, too, am a victim. Yet throughout this shifting narrative, I have not been recognized as one. Boo-hoo, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. My feelings have been consistently invalidated. I have been accused of invalidating others and of victim blaming, similar to how SAD-ist behaved at the beginning of this conflict. Where? Where were they victim blaming? Anywhere. I never wanted to be involved in a situation like this. I mean, technically you did. Technically you did. Nor did I want it to drag on for so long. Nah, you're the like sole person that seems to be dragging this on. What hurt the most was losing all my support. The people I trusted and confided in now seemingly aligned themselves with Jay and SAD-ist. All I ever wanted was to help and to raise awareness within SAD-ist's community. You come off like you're a bitter and obsessive ex-admin. You come off as bitter and obsessive. As for the claim that the other victims are not perpetrators, I did not engage in inappropriate behavior intentionally. I didn't intentionally do it. Blake's reasoning could inadvertently categorize one of the other victims as a perpetrator under similar circumstances. Blake then began to shift the focus onto me, portraying me as the one to blame. This shift caused significant damage to my mental well-being, boohoo. I then asked Blake why they decided not to remove Jay from SAD-ist's server, given that similar past cases have resulted in bans. Allowing Jay, and we don't get to see that, we don't get to see that conversation. We get a very, very cropped screenshot. This is my future with Nerdwork. I'm not talking about that right now. You know how I roll. I don't like to talk about interpersonal Discord drama that just happened on my live stream. Excuse me. We're not talking about it right now. I hear a tard. Chris, shush. Shush. I don't even know who's saying this. Okay, I don't know who's saying this, so I'm just gonna skip it. I never claimed that Jay or SAD-ist grew me or anyone else. It was Blake who suggested that I was a victim of grooming. Bro? The content in this document will cover topics including child grooming and predatory behavior. You are calling them groomers. So yes, you are calling them groomers. Oh my god. While their actions may not have been driven by malicious intent, both SAD-ist and Jay were fully aware of our ages. They keep saying that, but they haven't proven it. I'm on a tard hunt, and I've been 03 recently. Excuse me, 3-0. I was about to say. Oh, are you guys gonna argue about Keemstar? Leave his ex alone! They can still be friends. You still haven't proven that SAD-ist was aware of your age, or any minor's age, specifically. Despite this, Blake made no effort to advocate for Jay's removal as an admin or to ban them from the server, even through multiple minors. You don't know that. Both current and former staff were victims of her actions. And yours. And your actions. Why do I have this music here? Makes me believe I'm gonna be 5-0. I don't know, you and Vlad can talk about that. I also informed Blake that SAD-ist continued to follow several individuals who openly supported the groomer, even though you showed earlier in this document that she did unfollow them, even though following them really isn't even that big of a deal. Mentioning that SAD-ist continued to label one as a victim. I mean, you don't know if they're not a victim, so what's the problem? What's the problem with them believing that somebody is a victim of grooming? I actually have no counter. I mean, Chris is right. Keem is just Keem. Isn't this the same document? It's been like 3 days. It's been 3 business days. When I expressed that this felt like an excuse to justify SAD-ist's continued associations, since SAD-ist would always mention the victim when asked about her other associations. No, she wouldn't, not from what we've seen. Blake accused me of invalidating others and victim blaming. I had previously acknowledged that evidence is not always necessary to validate someone's victimhood. However, it seemed like their victim status was being used to I'm just not going to believe this one victim because it goes against the narrative I'm trying to put forward. That's so funny. Believe all victims unless it doesn't benefit me in doing so. Very funny. Very good. During this, so like one of the people that they've been hampering on and like obsessing over and being like everybody should disassociate with this person, they're evil, they're disgusting, is one of the people that was apparently a grooming victim of this supposed groomer. And they're sitting here being like, they're disgusting for continuing to associate with the person that groomed them. Fucking hell. Jibs, is that you? Is this the Jibs call all over again? I didn't mean to say that Jibs was Zen. I meant, whatever. You get it. It'd be like Zen was Lio and Jibs was the person. Whatever. You get it. During this conversation, I became emotional, which affected my tone and wording. Blake is aware that I struggle to communicate, especially under emotional distress. Throughout this conflict and attempts to resolve it, you are not trying to resolve it. You are bitter in every way possible. You are just trying to find a way to get back at them. I have faced several harmful accusations, such as victim blaming. I haven't seen anyone here call you a victim blamer. I've seen them call you, like, a stalker, and obsessive, which you are showing that those two things are very valid. One of those things is SAD-ist actually apologized for calling you. Zen, you are victim blaming. Well, we have one person now. At this point, accusations about me continue to escalate. While I understand admins cannot ban other admins, and that server roles carry certain amounts of power and permissions, I also knew that Blake's claim that SAD-ist was MIA was untrue, as she was actively engaging with others during that time, discussing the promotion of another admin, and also continuing to discuss the situation with the others involved. Where? You gonna have proof for that? No. I don't know who's talking here, so I'm just not gonna read it. I don't know who's talking in these screens. These are way too cropped, dude. You crop them to only show the parts that you think add to your own narrative. And, like, leaving the rest of it out. That's so dishonest. So the rest of, like, I can't... Okay, here we go. I don't... Fucking hell. I'm getting tired of this. Screenshots? Blake had expressed that they want to leave the server due to discomfort with working under SAD-ist. Although another admin who had been supporting me is aware of the situation, I opened up to the other admin on August 14th. So now we're just jumping back in time again. Blake is refusing their assistance, making decisions with others, and now completely ignoring both me and the other admin. I know that Blake is familiar with the members of the private group chat, but seeking confirmation from the individual I censored for privacy reasons contradicts everything they previously stated about— This is so retarded. Enlaa, wanna see who I said is next up for a crash out, but you can't tell chat. I have a bet going with Xylee. Am I allowed to react to it on stream without, you know, telling specifics? Am I allowed to go, oh man, that's crazy, on stream? Yes? Okay. Yeah, then send it. As for the quarantine that Blake dismissed as a joke, it was unfortunately a real thing. As for the porn team, it was unfortunately a real thing that was frequently brought up and even acted upon. So Jay says, we are a full-on production team. LMAO, yeah. The studio. The community do be feeding each other. Okay. Yeah, I animate, you draw dit, haha. Bread and butter. With our power merge, we can activate feat, which others can only dream. NSFW arts, yes. So this is just SAD-ist and Jay talking about NSFW, making NSFW, with Zen being moral support. You do the animation, I do the thumbnail, Blank does sound editing, and Zen is Zen. Zen is moral support. Together all of us can be a team to create TSP porn animation. Fuck, his moan, oh god. Oh god. His moan is so breathy, and the way he moans has, like, his voice is light, but also hoarse from the amount of gasping and heavy breathing he's done for the past minute. Blank should do audio design. You do animation, I do poster, Blank sound engineers. Blank has heard so much. At this point we can make TSP Smut the movie. Like an animation team of horny people, still doesn't prove that SAD-ist was aware of anyone's age. Anyone being underage. Okay, let me see what Chris sent me. I can see that. I can see that, Chris. Anyway, back to this. Damn, that's crazy. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna take a break to eat soon. Okay, at this point, SAD-ist shared animated NSFW We're just back to this again. Where the youngest minor was encouraged to add audio to it. Again, you have to show that they knew the person's age, but alright. Jay, are you sending them over or no? I need assets. I'm looking for them. Give me a moment. This video ain't gonna finish itself. I'm just gonna trim these audios. Which one do you want? Like a bit higher voice or... Send the goddamn things to help me, God, bro. I'm just Stanley's mind getting absolutely fucked, and he's now like... Oh yeah, they're part of the Stanley Parable fandom, too. He doesn't care about the resets, he just wants to get fucked by the narrator. So whenever they reset, he'd, like, piss him off just so he can come over to his office and just fuck his brains out. I'm so... Oh my god. I need this framed and on my wall. I won't disclose more of these screenshots regarding Jay and SAD-ist wanting to create animated porn with minors. Why not? As many of those incidents did not involve me, and I do not wish to speak on behalf of the other victims. Why stop now? You've been doing great at it so far! However, it was not a joke. Well, yeah, clearly it wasn't, but like... You still have to prove that they were aware that they were minors. Lack of accountability. Oh my god. If there's no... Okay, look, if there's no screenshots from them directly, I'm not interested. Who's this? Oh, we don't know, because there's no name attached to it. Oh, finally, here we go. So finally we have a message directly from SAD-ist. I don't know what day this was. Maybe they'll find it in themselves to tell us. Okay, what makes this situation deeply upsetting and unprofessional is that SAD-ist had Jay deliver her apology on her behalf, which is completely unacceptable. Jay justified this by claiming that SAD-ist had no way to contact me. But SAD-ist could have easily adjusted her Discord settings to take responsibility and reach out directly. To this day, SAD-ist has not provided me with a personal apology. I don't know, this seems to contradict it. Hey Zen! Very sorry if it took this long to get to you. Well, we'll see what this says soon. Hold on. But even then, boo-hoo, you didn't get a personalized, like, handwritten apology. Wow. That's not good enough for me. The apology, which took SAD-ist 4 months to write, but never sent directly to me. They're still talking directly to you, even if it was sent through a proxy. What the fuck? This is an apology. You don't have to accept it, but they apologized. I've said this many times, but if someone apologizes to you and you don't accept their apology, it's fine to not accept their apology, but you can't then say that they didn't apologize, because they did. Just because you don't think the apology was good enough doesn't mean they didn't apologize. There is no God here, only Google Doc. It was far from a genuine apology. Sure, you can believe that it wasn't a genuine apology. It was filled with excuses. We'll read this after we read the actual apology. Okay. I need to take a drink of water. My voice is going out. Let's see. Alright, this is from SAD-ist to Zen. And I don't know when this was written. It'd be nice if Zen told us, but we don't know, so... Alright, SAD-ist says, "Hey Zen, very sorry if it took too long to get to you. A lot of things happened during these past few months, and I have no other way to contact you. But the main reason I haven't reached out before that is that Blank asked me not to contact you out of fear. I've contemplated this for months now since I want to respect Blank's request. Still, I owe you an apology, and have been wanting to ever since. I'm sorry that I shared NSFW art and chats with you, Blank and Blank, when you were minors. Even if you were 3 months into turning 18 and are 2 years younger than me, I should still be more responsible. I should have known better, known everyone's ages first, and should have done better. I should have known better, known everyone's ages first. So this is her saying that she didn't know their ages. This is her saying, I'm sorry this was exposed to you. No, hold on, guys. This is not her saying that she knew their ages at the time. This is her saying that that she should have been responsible and known their ages. So, this is her saying that she didn't know their ages. I was an adult at the time too, so that puts me as responsible for it. Even if I stopped doing it for a year now and have corrected my ways, it doesn't deny the fact I still made those mistakes to the three of you. I'm sorry for my actions and the pain it caused you. So what she is apologizing for is sharing porn with them having not verified their ages. So it's possible that SAD-ist just assumed they were all adults. I just got through the first doc and not the response from SAD, yet I'm losing my... I forgot that this is only just one doc. Yet I'm losing my mind. There's so much fluff, but there's some bad things in here. There's a lot going on with this. Well, there's people being on the side of Zen, but also people that have lots of doubts about it. I don't know if it will be the best for SAD-ist to talk about it. Depends. I haven't seen any, like... I haven't seen anything in here that I would be like, oh yeah, SAD-ist needs to address this. They need to publicly address this. I haven't seen anything like that in here. Zen has not yet proven in this document that SAD-ist was aware of any minor's ages when sharing porn. As a large content creator, SAD-ist seems indifferent to the consequences of her actions. What do you mean? The message forwarded was far from a genuine apology. It was filled with excuses. Where? Where were the excuses? I guess even if you were 3 months into turning 18 and are 2 years younger than me, I should still be more responsible. I guess you could see that as an excuse. But... downplayed the seriousness of the situation. Where? Where was she downplaying it? And was generalized to include the other victims, offering no personal acknowledgement of my experiences. Oh my god. You really are just making it all about you. The Zen character is just being a hating ass at this point. They're basically just complaining that the apology was not good enough. You and the others. It's like, oh, how dare you mention the other victims in my presence? I thought this was supposed to be my apology. How dare you? For fuck's sake. As a large content creator, they seem indifferent to the consequences of— She didn't, though. She acknowledged the consequences and apologized for it. And saying that she takes responsibility for not knowing your ages. What? Yeah, the apology is not good enough. If SAD-ist genuinely cared about taking accountability, she would have made the effort to apologize to me directly instead of using Jay as a shield. Oh my god. I don't care about, like, them joking about shit from, like, 2 years ago. My thoughts? I don't give a fuck about your thoughts. Which was addressed to me alongside other victims, lacked any real sense of sympathy or meaningful acknowledgement of her actions. Which invalidated my experience even more. Too bad. You didn't accept the apology. You don't think the apology is good enough. Cry about it. It doesn't change the fact that she still apologized. This entire situation has left me deeply hurt. Fucking cry about it. I don't— okay, this is a lot. Holy shit. Oh my god. This whole document has been just your fluff and your feelings. Not a whole lot of evidence. I wish that we would just make the entire internet 18+. We need to have an internet— we need to have the internet be 18+, and then we can have, like, a special, like blocked off, baby-gated internet for, like, all the Webkins people and the Club Penguins and stuff. I guess that's what the Switch is for. Like... The petitions don't do shit. Alright, we're done with this document. But, there is a second document. I hope it's not as long as this one. My time as a mod. Oh boy. My rant document about my time as staff. It's a rant. I consider that because of the lack of proof. So there's no proof in this? So this is a testimonial, I guess. Okay, no evidence, I don't care. Sorry, don't care. Alright. Also looked into the SAD Discord server, they are deleting it soon, but that's kind of sus. Not gonna lie. It seems— yeah, I agree with you that it seems more like recklessness than maliciousness. And yes, there is more evidence for Jay than SAD-ist. Like, there's not really much evidence to implicate SAD-ist in any, like, direct porn sharing knowingly with minors. At most, their biggest sin was, like, not verifying that everybody was an adult before sharing porn with people. That's, like, their biggest sin here, which, yes, is still bad. It's irresponsible. But for this person to make this big of a fucking stink about it and act like they've been, like, raped by SAD-ist personally is, like... Excuse my language, but it's retarded, honestly. And this is very, like, self-absorbed. Like, Zen, you knowingly... Like, you did worse than what SAD-ist did, okay? You knowingly shared porn with minors, knowing that it was wrong. And yet you made excuses for yourself, in real time coping about it, and kept doing it anyway, because for you, you felt like it was different for you. You didn't like it when other people did it. But you felt it was different for you. You're a special exception. So you kept doing it, and then made excuses for it afterwards. You did worse than anything that has been shown in this document that SAD-ist has done. You are a perpetrator. Worse than SAD-ist, from what this evidence shows me. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but maybe your feelings deserve to get hurt here. I will say them, like, outright wanting to delete the entire Discord is kind of sus. But it could be, like, a desire to start fresh. Maybe make it adults only. It also surprised me that there hasn't been any videos regarding all of this. Well, considering that it just happened, like, this document got put out, like, 2 days ago. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Alright, well, I'm glad we don't have to read the second one, because it doesn't have any proof in it. Most people were just complaining about it being blurry. I apologize for the trauma you went through. What fucking trauma? I shouldn't say that, but still. It's like... Okay, I can acknowledge that being shown porn and getting sexualized at a young age can be traumatic. But I don't think that it goes to the level that Zen is trying to claim it does. Like, emotional distress. Like, PTSD levels of trauma they're trying to make it out to be. I just don't see it. Sorry that shit happened to you and that you're in a community that normalizes that shit. But you also perpetuated it. And you were happy to perpetuate it up until you got banned. You're so brave for coming forward with this information. Only after they got banned, by the way. They were fine with all this and complicit with this until they got banned. But, you know, this is the community they all signed up for, so if you cater yourself to retarded communities, don't be surprised when they come for your throat next. So it's hard for me to feel bad for anyone in this situation. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Anyway, that's all I have for you guys. I was gonna be like, oh, I kinda wanna play a game after this, but honestly, I'm just so tired. I didn't think this document would take me this long to get through. It was a whole lot of nothing. Hey! Mitson Meeser, thanks for the sub. Appreciated. Alright, I don't know if I'll turn this into a supercut. We'll see. It was just a lot. We'll see where it goes from here. If more information comes out that changes anything, that provides more context, or maybe even proves SAD-ist guilty, then, I'll do another one, but... nice. Alright, well thanks everybody for showing up. I appreciate it. Alright, have a good night everybody.